Calling to order the meeting of the Michigan Board of State Canvassers. Director Brader, has the meeting been properly noticed in accordance with the Open Meetings Act?
Yes.
Thank you. Our first order of business is public comment. We will call for public comment for people who are addressing specific issues. If anybody wants to comment at this time who is not addressing a specific issue, I don't see anything on the requests to speak, but is there anyone who has asked? We have had periodic comments from people who are not able to attend.
We don't have anyone on for that.
Okay. So the next item on our agenda is consideration of the minutes of the March 20th, 23 meeting.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the March 20th, 2023 meeting.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the motion carries. The next item on the agenda is consideration of de minimis changes to the Hart intercivic voting system. Do you want to explain this, please, Director Brader? And then we do have a request from someone to speak on this.
Sure. So this involves the Hart intercivic voting severity voting system. The issue involves the user interface that clerks use on the workstation when they are looking at write-ins. And the way that the program is supposed to work is it's supposed to display all the write-ins in the contest. But clerks were encountering that not all the write-ins were displaying when they were bringing them up on the program. So they were able to work around that by basically running additional tasks in the software so they could see all the write-ins, but it's really just supposed to be one showing them all. So this is essentially a patch to correct that problem with the software. This is a de minimis change. What a de minimis change means is it's one that will not materially alter the system's reliability, functionality, capability, or operation, and that the original hardware and the replacement hardware are electronically and mechanically interchangeable and have identical functionality and tolerances. It has been tested by a voting system test laboratory that's accredited by the National Institute of Standards and Technology, which is SLI compliance. So we are recommending that the board approve this de minimis change.
Do we have any questions from board members?
I have one, Madam Chair. Upon the approval of this changes, then these counties using this system, this would be an immediate change for them?
Yes, as soon as it can be installed, yes.
So it would be in place before the any May special elections then?
I don't think they would do it before May. Sorry, I shouldn't say immediate. It'll be immediately possible to make this change, and they're not going to install anything prior to an election next week, though.
So it would be more they'd be in place before the primary, where a write-in vote would be.
I expect that this would be installed prior to the August 2023 elections.
Thank you, Mr. Brader.
And then we have a request from Daniel Hartman to speak on this item. Mr. Hartman? Oh, okay. Okay, so you're not going to speak on 3 or 4. Okay. Do we have any? I think we have no other questions. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. I move that the board of, we'll catch up here eventually. I move that the Board of State Canvassers approve the Verity 2.6 and 2.7 write-in UI anomaly correction modification for the Verity 2.6 system used in the state of Michigan.
Thank you.
Support?
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. The next item is number 4, consideration of de minimis changes to the E&S voting system. Can you explain this, please, Director Brader?
Yes, this involves the election systems and software, ES&S system. It is actually for a piece of equipment that is not currently used anywhere in Michigan. It's one of their higher-end, high-speed scanners, but it's potentially certainly possible that some of our larger jurisdictions in Macomb County and elsewhere would use this in the future. There is a problem with the firmware, the DataWin Transporter Board firmware, which is currently not working well enough to prevent ballot jams on the scanner, on the scan unit. So when ballots are getting scanned through, they're getting jammed too often, which when that happens, they have to start over the job. So this is also a de minimis change. I'm not going to read the description of that again, but this is a de minimis change. This one has also been tested by an accredited voting system test laboratory. In this case, it's Pro Verification and Validation, or Pro V&V. So the staff is recommending that the board approve this de minimis change.
Any questions from the board members?
For once, I don't have a question, but I'll make a motion. I move that the Board of State Canvassers approve ECO 1151 for use with the ES&S EVS 6060 voting system in the state of Michigan.
Support.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, the motion carries. Next item on the agenda is consideration of the 100-word summary of the purpose of the initiative petition sponsored by Michigan Citizens for the Protection of Farmland. Before we consider the petition language that has been drafted by Director Brader, I think it would be useful to have testimony from a number of people who have asked to speak to this.
Madam Chair, I think that it would be appropriate for myself, just as a full disclosure. I have been a member of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers for the last 22 years. And we do work on solar installation, and I feel that it's appropriate for me to let everyone know that that is what I do for a living. But I do believe that I will be I will not have an issue with being neutral on providing language, so.
My turn?
Your turn.
Also, since December, for those who are not aware, Tony Daunt, since December of last year, I have been doing some contract work on the side for an organization working on zoning changes for installation in Conway Township and Cohocton Township in Livingston County. When this first came before us, I immediately spoke with Adam and Heather and the organization I've been working with to figure out the best course of action. Obviously, I think everybody knows I'm one for transparency and being upfront. So I wanted to disclose that I have been working on that kind of contractual financial basis. As a result of kind of the heat around these issues, the company and I have mutually agreed to terminate the arrangement. So I am no longer engaged with them. The financial arrangement will end at the end of this month with the payment for the services. So I'm confident that I can be impartial, but because of that direct financial stake in this one, for this discussion only at this point, even though the arrangement has been terminated, if either the proponent or opponent of the measure would like me to recuse myself for this portion because of how close this arrangement was just terminated, I'm willing to do so. So I just want to be upfront and let everybody know about that.
So when people are addressing this issue, they can comment upon Mr. Daunt's suggestion. Okay, I think that the first person who can address this is the representative of the petition sponsor, Michigan Citizens for the Protection of Farmland.
Madam Chair, should we have the director read in his wording first, or?
I know that there were a lot of concerns about what this means, probably on Director Brader's part as well. So I thought that it might be helpful to have the petition sponsor answer some questions about what is intended by this petition before we consider the language?
That makes sense.
That would be helpful for me, at least.
I appreciate that.
So, Mr. Hamilton, or Ms. Hamilton, I'm sorry, Erin. You want to turn on your microphone?
There we go. Can we hear me? Good morning. And I really appreciate the transparency from both of you. I don't have an issue with you participating, and I really respect your choice to remove yourself from that project to continue doing what you're doing with Conway and associated townships. It has been very hot button, and I know it was probably a difficult choice.
Before you start speaking, would you spell your name for the record?
Yes. Erin Hamilton. It's E-R-I-N, last name Hamilton, H-A-M-I-L-T-O-N. And I am with Michigan Citizens for the Protection of Farmland.
Okay, and would you raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
Do you swear that the testimony you give or the advocacy you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right.
So I think that, first off, our goal with this initiative is specifically to protect and preserve farmland for long-term agricultural use. And part of what's been going on with everything across the state is because farmland has been okay to be zoned for solar and industrial solar use, it's created a lot of strange legal situations for townships, farm owners, and a lot of things. So I want to be very clear from the get-go that I have no fight against personal solar installations or solar installations that are meant to protect, or not protect, but to serve like a business on farmland or to operate your operation on your agricultural land. So this is specifically to keep utility companies from installing utility scale solar, meaning hundreds and thousands of solar panels to produce power for the use of power companies. So I want to be very clear with that. And I think one thing with the wording there's two things with the wording on the proposed draft that stood out to me that should probably be adjusted for clarity, is it says, to prevent large-scale solar power installations, including those used to generate electricity for sale to utilities. It may want to be something like industrial quantities or more specific to large-scale power production, because there are some private setups where you might have a solar installation on your property that is generating power in excess of what you're consuming. So that actually does get sold back to the power company, but not necessarily in huge quantities the way an industrial installation would work. So I don't want this to be spelled out in a way that implies that we would take that freedom away from small-scale solar installations.
Are you suggesting that you would be modifying the language in the petition?
No, I'm speaking specifically to the summary here. I'll just read it here so I can point out the spot I'm talking about. It says that the summary as drafted by the Director of Elections is as follows. Initiation of legislation to prohibit large-scale solar power installations, including those used to generate electricity for sale to utilities on land zoned for agricultural use, provide that individual landowners may still install solar panels for personal use and provide civil fines for violations. If you look at the second half of the first sentence, it says, including those used to generate electricity for sale to utilities. I think that makes it a bit too unclear that this is specifically about utility scale power, and it might make people think that they wouldn't really be able to sell their excess power produced on their individual personal solar installations back to the power company.
That's net metering, right? Is that?
I believe that's the correct term.
There is a limit. There is a thing. I'm just going off of your definitions that you have on your initiation of legislation, and I know it's difficult. So far, it's a new process, obviously, if you've never been in that process before. So, but under definitions, and I've noticed you've used, just in talking with us, like industrial solar, small scale solar, but on here you have utility scale solar refers to large scale solar power installations typically designed to generate electricity for sale to utilities. So we have to go off what you have
Okay,
in
so
the
we've-
petition itself.
So that may be something we should correct on our
I,
end.
I'm just, as a person who's been looking at any petition, when we're looking at these 100-word summaries, we have to use what is on the petition.
Okay,
And I can bring up a couple of them where, you know, the definition, they put the definition in, and that's what the Bureau has to use for, they can't use something else, they have to use what you've printed on the
right.
petition.
Absolutely. So is that something we could change the wording here on our,
I'm going to leave that to the Bureau Director.
I just don't know what the appropriate step would be, and I don't want it to be misleading in
No, no,
in that. And I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
Question from Ms. Hamilton?
Just to clarify, if there's any changes to the actual petition language, that would need to be submitted again so that we can
Okay.
notice another meeting to
Okay.
draft a summary and consider it.
Okay, well, let's, in that case, not change the initiative and just make sure that we have this worded as clearly as possible based upon that. And I think the only other note I had on the summary is that it says individual landowners may still install solar panels for personal use. I think it should also say for personal business farm, because there are many people that operate their businesses on their agricultural land, and I want it phrased in a way so that people understand that they could still use that for their business if that's their intent, just not for the power company on a large scale.
Do you have questions?
I-
Is it for Mr.?
It's
Director
kind
Brader
of
or
for
Ms. Hamilton?
Director Brader or this young lady here. This is just a summary, right? I haven't missed where we've done an approval to form or anything.
That's right, we
Okay.
haven't approved a form.
And we
I'm a little scatterbrained, so I'm just trying to make sure.
And
we
I
couldn't
do,
approve the form because it's not proper, so.
yeah, we have to do some formatting fixes as well as obviously put the approved summary on there, so
Yeah, thank you.
I think,
So, there are a number of people who wish to speak to this, but don't go yet, because does anybody, yeah.
I mean, I have a question for you too. When I read the summary, must be my voice is low. There we
there,
go.
now I can hear you.
When I read the summary, I mean, in effect, I could own a piece of farmland, put up all the solar panels I wanted to and sell to the electric companies. It's just that Mary Ellen can't be with a company that comes in and puts solar panels on my land, right?
That is my concern about the wording of the summary right now, because actually the thing is the idea here is that you would be able to install solar panels to run your business or run your farm, but when it gets into this is a large solar installation specifically for selling large quantities of power to the power company, that's what this is designed to stop, because it puts a huge impact on the long-term usability of farmland when that happens because of different kinds of damage that it does to agricultural land and what it does to disrupt the drainage systems. So the idea here is that people would still have the freedom to do what they want as far as if they're operating their business or using their solar for their business or small quantities of excess power going back to the power company, but it would not allow for industrial scale power installations regardless of who chose to install it.
The two questions, I mean, so you've used two terms here that give me pause. One is the idea, and the other one is small quantities. Both of those seem like it's really hard to kind of define what. So my question to you is, if I own 600 acres of land over in Kent County, and I decide that this year, it's just too much work to put in corn, I'm going to just put up some, solar panels because it's my land and it's my business that I'm running. Am I now in a position that as that farmer, who's not going to be a farmer this year, it's okay for me to sell to the power company, it's just not okay for someone else to come in and put those on my land. Is that, I'm not understanding what you're,
I appreciate the question. I think that at that point, your product that you're producing becomes electricity, and then at that point, you become an electrical business. So it's a kind of an interesting loop, but I think that we maybe should put some kind of definition on what that scale is. But I think on a larger note there, I don't think that would be a sensible or acceptable way to translate this, because that would become an industrial scale solar installation with the intent to produce an industrial quantity of power.
so in effect, I go back to we're going into it with the idea that there's some nebulous things that haven't been defined?
I think that I don't know if I don't know that there is a defined quantity of power, and maybe Tony could speak to this because I know that you have a lot of knowledge in this area, but I don't know that there's a defined number right now that says, okay, once you get past this number of kilowatts, it's officially industrial. But I do believe that there is a cutoff. There needs to be a cutoff. But I also think once you get into hundreds of acres, like that's not supporting an independent business. That's not a power business. I think that's pretty clearly an industrial effort to produce power. And the installation of equipment for something of that scale is going to be a different system of inverters and how that's set up. And when you're looking at the way a personal or business solar array is set up, it's simply a different beast than what you would be looking at if you really were going to take 600 acres and set that up as a solar plant.
Let me offer some clarification here, which I should have, and that is what our job is, what Director Brader's job is, and ours to approve, is a 100-word summary, which is true, impartial, and apprises of the subject matter. And so we're kind of confused about what the precise subject matter is.
Right.
If it's not clear in the petition, I think that, at least for myself, it's a little bit hard to describe it in 100 words.
Right. What would you recommend doing?
And I think you're having a little bit of trouble also about the apprising of the subject matter.
Yes, because obviously it's important. Obviously, there's a great deal of work to do once it's approved, so I do want to make sure that it's very clear before we push it through. And I guess I'm wondering, in your opinion, should we go back and adjust our proposal to spell out specific numbers that would create caps, and then come back with that so that we could have something more clearly defined instead of there being a gray area there, where I think you did bring up a good question, where it doesn't necessarily say when does it stop being personal or independent business and when does it become industrial production.
Well, I can't give you an opinion about whether you should change your petition, but I think you are hearing questions from people about what it means. That's all that I can tell you.
Right.
It's simple confusion, and it's the confusion that happens that we just, there's areas that look like they're gray and that look like they're subject to a lot of wiggle room.
Certainly.
We can't give you an opinion, as Mary Ellen said, but let me ask you a question. Are there other public comments here regarding this particular?
I believe so.
Is it okay if you defer your decision?
Yeah, that would be
And let's
great.
go through the public comments and see where it goes?
That would be great. I
Does that work?
appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, I think there is somebody here from the Land and Liberty Coalition, and I don't know if that is somebody who is supporting or opposing this petition. And then it's Brendan Miller. What is your position on this, Mr. Miller? I'm opposed. Okay, we have a number of people who are opposed, so we'll call them in order. Mark Brewer. And we should note that Mr. Brewer has submitted a position letter.
Little one right down the base.
There, thank you. Good morning, Mark Brewer of Goodman Acker on behalf of Our Water, Our Democracy, which is a ballot question committee which opposes the proposal of Michigan Citizens for Protection of Farmland. We appreciate the disclosures this morning by members Daunt and Bradshaw. We have no objection to your participation in the consideration of the summary of this matter. You've seen my letter, and I'll revisit that in a minute. But I think, as you just heard, this proposal is hopelessly vague, I think likely unconstitutional. And so that leaves you with a very difficult dilemma in terms of how to summarize something which is so vague. Our objections were to the original summary, the letter I filed since that time, and I have with me this morning proposed changes to the director's summary, indicate that in the past, this board has repeatedly, in summaries, disclosed the negative effects, or simply the effects, of a proposal. And I cited in my letter dozens of examples, and there are many, many more over the years on both sides of the aisle, in which those effects were disclosed. This proposal, as I think you're going to hear this morning from many other witnesses, has many negative effects, which must be disclosed to signers as they consider whether to sign the petition. And of course, as we all know, many times your petition summaries become the basis for the ballot summaries. So we are talking here this morning not just about a petition summary, but potentially what a ballot summary would look like if this ever makes the ballot in 2024. We detailed a number of the negative impacts of this proposal, which will be supplemented by other witnesses this morning. The way this is worded, this proposal would ban the development and operation of current projects. It uses the word operation. So this is not about future projects only. It's about current projects that are sitting on agricultural land. Under this proposal, they would have to stop operation in violation of the contract and property rights of all involved. It would take away those contract and property rights, not only from those who currently have these projects on their property, but those in the future, Mr. Hauskamp, who may want to do this and will be deprived of their ability to do it, their right to do it with their own property. That's another negative impact here. Obviously, that has implications and negative implications for the income of farmers and others in this state who may choose to follow this path, but this proposal would foreclose that. It'll affect the value of Michigan farmland. There are thousands of jobs in this industry around the state. Those jobs will disappear if these projects are banned on this scale. And it's very clear that stopping solar projects like this will prevent Michigan from achieving its renewable energy goals. So there are many, many negative effects of this proposal that need to be disclosed in a summary. So if I may, Madam Chair, I'd like to tender a revised summary for you all to consider.
Thank you.
There are enough copies there for all board members and staff, as well as your lawyers. The summary drafted by the director, I think he used less than 50 words, so there are ample space and words that can be used to describe the many negative effects. And this is our best effort to do that within the 100-word limit. I think it's self-explanatory. It tracks some of the items I mentioned in my testimony a few moments ago. But we would strongly urge the board, based on its past precedent and the clear negative effects of this proposal to add negative effects of this proposal to the summary so that signers know what they're signing. Thank you very much, and with that, I'd be glad to take questions.
Questions for Mr. Brewer?
Nope, I'm good.
Director Brader, can you respond to Mr. Brewer's position that we do need to include in the summary negative effects of the proposal?
Well, the election law requires the summary to be true and impartial. It requires it to apprise, it must be a true and impartial statement in language that does not create prejudice for or against the proposal. That's under MCL 168.42B2. It also needs to inform signers of the subject matter of the petition using words having a common everyday meaning, but need not be legally precise. It is, I agree that in the past, the board has approved summaries, and other directors have drafted summaries that, when necessary, will include discussion of the effect of a proposed initiated law or a proposed constitutional amendment on current laws. Typically when, just looking at the precedent of the summaries submitted to and approved by the board, those are occurring when either the initiated law or proposed constitutional amendment specifically mentions other laws that are being altered or invalidated, or in which there is some change to an existing law, like for example, the one we considered on sentencing that was revising a prior law on sentencing. In general, I try to avoid getting into what might be considered the policy implications of proposals because of the concern that that would not be true and impartial. And based on the idea that the summary is really supposed to be of the proposal as opposed to kind of a larger policy discussion. Looking at this language, I think there are some things that I would view as more getting into the policy implications as opposed to the direct effects on statutes. So although there certainly, I agree, there is room for more clarification, there's plenty of words available. I think that unless there's a specific statute or pre-existing law that's being altered, I don't see this as language that I would include.
I have a question on that one, Director Brader. And just going on, again, what is listed on the petition. Section 4, prohibition on utility scale solar installations in agricultural zone land. Subsection A, no person, corporation, or other entity shall install or operate a utility scale solar installation on agricultural zone land within the state of Michigan. Would that, do you feel that that subsection A should be placed in your summary?
Yeah, and I should clarify, what I was talking about specifically were sort of some of the other things in here about the secondary effects, what I would consider the secondary effects. I do think that, the language that I propose says prohibit solar power installations, and installations is a noun, at least the way that I viewed it. So, an installation cannot, under this summary, this installation is prohibited as a noun, meaning if it's being installed or has been installed, it would still be prohibited. I can understand why, to the extent that would create confusion, it may be better to clarify that it applies to previously installed solar power installations.
Thank you, Director Brader.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yeah.
in response to, a critical word here is operate. And that's missing from the proposed summary. It's clearly in the proposal. This says you shall not operate. I can't think of anything that more clearly divests current property owners of their property rights, and people who've contracted for that power, of their contractual rights to that power. Now, does it name a specific statute? No. But the termination of people's property rights and contract rights couldn't be any clearer from the operation of this proposal. It's going to stop currently installed and operating solar projects from operating. It's crystal clear. And that's a legal and a negative effect of this proposal that signers are entitled to know.
Can I ask, Director Brader, can I ask you a question more related to the non-policy side? When Erin was speaking a few minutes ago, she asked us for advice. I mean, should she bring this, withdraw this, and then bring it back later in a different form? Can you explain what that process is, just because I'm curious?
Sure. I mean, my obligation is to propose a 100-word summary of what people submit to the Bureau, and then your obligation is to approve or reject that summary. That follows a timeline where we need to get the language. We need to, it's not required, but I also provide it to the public if people want to provide public comment on what should be in that summary or not be in that summary. And then we have to notice a meeting, a public meeting, to consider the 100-word summary of that petition. So we would essentially, if the sponsor here wants to submit different language, we would need to start that process over again. As far as the, giving advice, I agree. We can't give the sponsor any advice on what should or should not be in their petition. Obviously, to the extent there is any lack of clarity in what it means, that makes all of our job more difficult. But aside from that, we can't really provide any advice.
So one option is in the event that it was withdrawn, it could be then resubmitted in a future meeting. Is that a 30-day window, a 90-day window? What is the?
There's not a specific number of days that need to go by between when we get a submission and when we have the meeting. But typically we give 10 days, is it? Or how many business days do we give for people to provide comment? So the board does need to consider the summary language within 30 days after it being submitted, but there's no statutory limit on how quickly it can be adopted, other than we need to have 18 hours notice for a public meeting, and I need some time to actually review it and draft something. And I do like to give the public at least 5 business days to weigh in as well before I draft anything.
We're not running a race here this morning.
I think, except to the extent that if this petition is not withdrawn, then the board needs to approve or reject summary language within 30 days of it being submitted. But aside from that, no.
Another procedural question then, because I can't recall a time that we've rejected summary language. We normally have worked together to get language. What is the process if that was, what is the process basically if it's not withdrawn and we have to make a decision to approve or?
Well, I mean, my recommendation, if it's not withdrawn, would be just as we have in the past to discuss language that the board would be comfortable approving and I would be comfortable drafting. We've always been able to do that within 30 days. So that's what I would recommend here if the petition is not withdrawn.
We have a number of other people who want to speak to this issue, but I would like to just say one thing with regard to Mr. Brewer's proposed language, which I think we will continue to consider along with the comments of others. But I think that Mr. Brewer is correct that this prohibits the installation and operation, and I think that's far clearer than the language that we are looking at that has been drafted, which says prohibit large-scale solar power installations. I think it definitely needs to be clear that adoption of this proposal would require the termination of all solar power operations in the state, which is a very dramatic and probably illegal action. So I think that at the very least, the first thing that I would suggest we need to do is change the language to say that it does prohibit both the installation and operation of large-scale solar power projects. I'm still not sure what large-scale means, but the operation is the thing that jumped out at me first when I looked at the petition.
I would agree on that, and then, as Director Brader mentioned, a lot of the additional stuff in here really gets into some of the policy implications, and, you know, I think probably biases the reader one direction or another, so, but the operation is, I think, an important piece.
I'd have to agree too, and, you know, simply using what we've done in the past, which is what the initiation of legislation language is, which I think, minus that first, you know, we have to have clarification on installations. And Director Braber, I do know where you're going with that word, but I think a clarification, because it has to be in plain language, I feel that making that change would be appropriate. I'd like to hear from other people too. Sorry. Is it, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, is it?
on the question of installation and operation, that clarification of Director Brader's language would be the first one that we could perhaps agree on.
Yeah, I have no problem with that clarification.
So why don't we defer discussion of some of the other suggestions that Mr. Brewer has made and hear from Ed Rivet of the Michigan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brewer.
Question before you.
May I, Madam Chair?
I'm
Oh,
sorry,
of
just
course.
it's a 2-second question, and maybe it's out of line, so if it is, tell me. Has the sponsor seen your suggested 100 words?
No. It was first given to you this morning. I'd be glad to share
So my
copies.
out-of-line question is it fair game for you to let her
It's now a
see
public
that?
document. I've given it to you. Yeah, anybody can take a look at it.
Okay.
Happy to share it. There may be some leftover copies up here. Sure. No secrets. Are there any left over? Okay, I'll give it to her. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Rivet, can you spell your name and address for the?
Sure.
Or just your name for the record, I'm sorry.
Edward Rivet, R-I-V-E-T.
I'm sorry.
Rivet, R-I-V as in Victor, E-T.
Would you raise your right hand? Will you swear that you told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Ed Rivet. I am the Executive Director of the Michigan Conservative Energy Forum Advocacy Fund. We are a nonprofit policy advocacy organization, and we do work in the clean energy realm, including directly with the development of large-scale wind and solar projects. But I speak to you today, however, more from a personal experience perspective, having worked on numerous initiative petition campaigns over the last 35 years. I have written proposed legislation for initiative petitions, and the petition screening process I developed in 2004 resulted in setting the record, which I believe still stands today, for the highest signature validity rate on 2 separate petitions in 2004 at 97.3 and 97.0% valid signatures. So been around the block a few times. Regarding the initiative legislation before you today, it would be tempting to get into the policy implications and the legalities and the constitutional issues which you've all been discussing, but that is not the realm of your authority. I do know that this board takes seriously its responsibility to be sure that a petition presented to voters accurately describes the initiative and, to a degree, its implications. And that is the heart of my message to you this morning. The currently proposed summary of the initiative, being only about 45 words, needs to be expanded to give potential signers adequate notice of what they are signing. The legislation would have dramatic impacts that the voters should be aware of. It would not only prohibit the building of future solar projects, but as has been discussed by its plain language, it would essentially shut down existing operating projects. And we've already been starting to step into the minefield of many implications of that. And because there are highly punitive fines associated with violating that prohibition, voters need to be aware that essentially a currently legal land use would become illegal under this proposal. This dramatically infringes on individual property rights. Landowners would lose the ability to decide what to do on their own properties, and voters should be told this. Equally impactful, and to the point of Mr. Brader's comments, is the fact that this law would have an effect on directly amending by reference, so to speak, the current State Zoning Enabling Act, and would remove local zoning control that is currently held by counties and townships. This state-level preemption of local control runs counter to a very long and cherished precedent in our state, and would be a significant shift of power from local government to the state. Voters must be notified of this power shift and of the preemption of local control. It would take authority away from township and county planning commissions and boards and shift it to a state-level control. Voters should also know that by preventing this sort of energy generation development, they are handcuffing our state utilities in pursuing the most affordable forms of energy production, which large-scale solar currently represents. This is a broad restriction on business decision-making. And prohibiting this development means higher electricity rates for all of us, ranging into the millions, if not billions of dollars. So on its face, this initiative legislation seems simple and straightforward. In actuality, it is vague, as you have begun to identify quite clearly this morning. Its implications, however, are dramatic, making currently legal land uses illegal and usurping local control are anything but simple and straightforward. So to the extent that your obligation would be to try and identify at least some impacts on specific laws, and adoption of it would impact that, or in the case of property owner rights or existing contracts, whatever you do with the summary, it needs to be much more substantial than it is currently.
Thank you, Mr. Rivet.
Happy to entertain any
Questions
questions.
for Mr. Rivet? Eric Doster? No? Okay. Brendan Miller? Can you spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, B-R-E-N-D-E-N, Miller, M-I-L-L-E-R.
And you are here representing,
Land and Liberty Coalition.
will you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Well, I want to thank you all for having me come in and speak. As it's said before, I'm with the Land and Liberty Coalition. I am with an organization that goes on the ground on these siting issues. I've probably seen more siting fights in the state of Michigan than maybe any other person in the entire state of Michigan. Been to probably at this point hundreds of townships, spoke at hundreds of meetings, and spoke with hundreds of elected officials on this matter. Fact of the matter is, the people who put together this piece of legislation, this referenda, don't seem to have an idea of what this process is, the actual process of building these projects and what it takes to build these projects, but also don't seem to have a clear understanding of farming in general. I think that was made abundantly clear in the discussion that was had earlier. One thing that I think is important to note is that most of the farmers who are actually looking to put these on their property, they're not intending to use their entire property as solar. Most of them are just putting a fraction of it into solar. Most of them use it as a lifeline as a farmer so that they can, on one hand, have some solar to help back up when the years get bad. Now, something else that I'm also a former county commissioner, so I have a little bit of umbrage with the fact that this piece of legislation will essentially kill all local control on this issue of siting. All the fights I've witnessed over the last several years will be done because ordinances will be struck off the books instantaneously with the passage of this legislation. Furthermore, it completely preempts local control on the issue of siting, something that, as a former local official, I think is quite troubling, especially in a state that values so closely local control. All of us talk about local control, I'm sure, on a regular basis because that's the way our system is set up in the state of Michigan. And the other thing is I'm actually a farmer myself, so I have a bit of a personal stake in this. Now, I don't have any solar in my land. I probably never will because I'm not that big of a farmer. But I do know many farmers across the state of Michigan. And as I said, solar is an opportunity to help stabilize farms. Farming hasn't gotten any easier, folks, and it isn't going to get any easier, especially for small family farms. And what this will do, and what this says, is that the state, not the farmer who's been on that land for several generations, 4, 5, 6 generations, not the farmer who's worked his hands in that land for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, has a right to his property, but the state has a right to tell him what he can do on the agricultural land that he has worked, that he has stressed about, in which he put his family stability on the line for. And that is offensive to me. Farmers should have a right to exist. Family farms should have a right to exist. And this removes that right. And that needs to be included in the summary language. It needs to include something that says that farmers do not have a right to their own property, because that's exactly what this says. And it definitely needs to include something that says that local control is obsolete on the issue of solar, because that's exactly what this does. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Miller?
Thank you, guys.
Ms. Hamilton, do you wish to address any of the concerns that have been raised about the language that has been drafted and the language which has been suggested?
So I think the first thing I would like to say, just to clarify, is that I'm a third-generation farmer, so that's not correct. But aside from that, based on everyone's comments, I think that our best move here would be if we withdraw and come back next week with a few things defined, mainly how many kilowatts defines utility scale, as well as putting clarification and some kind of grace and or transitioning or grandfathering arrangement for existing solar installations. I am not interested in creating a disastrous situation where it's suddenly, election day, it passes, and then the next day, suddenly someone's entire property is illegal. That's not our goal here. Our goal is in preserving farmland, and it is absolutely possible to achieve Michigan's renewable energy goals without harming our farmland. So I think my goal here is going to be to have our team redraft this with more specific numbers so that it's easier to clearly draft something that that says exactly where that cutoff between personal or business use and what industrial use would look like. So I formally withdraw this, and I will be submitting a new copy next week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We got a request from Scott Ogney also to speak to this, but it has been withdrawn, so I think that that we don't need any more comments on this particular petition. I'm sorry, what?
I said, sorry, do I have to hear my big mouth?
Okay. The petition has been withdrawn, so I think we probably don't need to, but. All right, we'll give you 3 minutes. I think we've heard from you before on other issues, right?
I beg your pardon?
I think we've heard from you before.
Yes, you heard my big mouth.
Okay, will you please
Scott Ogney from Jackson, Michigan.
okay, spell your name, please.
Scott, S-C-O-T-T, Ogney, A-U-G-H-N as in Nancy, E-Y. I'm from Jackson, the Jackson Metroplex area down the county south of here. And In my own township, we recently had a solar, it was not a referendum, it was pushed through by the trustees. And I share many of the same concerns, and I believe there needs to be wording, certainly some reworking of the current structure of the language that has been presented. But I can tell you this, the individuals that have come up here in opposition, and this is not the first time that this board has had propositions, language put forth before them that has been put forth on the ballot. As a matter of fact, that was the case with Proposal 3. There was a lot of flawed language in that, and this board approved it, okay? So I'm all about reworking the language. I think that can be done and everything else. But the main thing I would like to say about the people that have come up in opposition to this are the people that support the government tax dollars going to a lot of these utilities. And what is happening in on the local jurisdictions, the gentleman that spoke last talked about local municipalities and their ability to control their own situation. The problem is money. And there are many jurisdictions, many people out opposing these solar farms and the wind turbines throughout this state because local trustees and planning commissions are basically on the take. And you know what? It's not easy to prove because you'll never get rid of cash because that's how local politicians get bought off. But I can tell you this. In Dickinson County in the Upper Peninsula, they had tried to put forth a similar proposal locally against the trustees. And who did the utility come in? They brought in some high-priced lawyers to oppose it. This woman came on her own. She didn't come with attorneys, but all these other attorneys are here opposing this, okay? There's a lot of liberal money that is going in to get these solar farms, and yes, it is political. There's a lot of liberal money going into these solar farms and buying off these local farmers, all right? And it needs to end because the people in these communities, even living around these farms, have a right to it. And I'm a defender of private property. Many of these same liberals do not support private property unless it benefits them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda, number 7, consideration of proposed updates to the random sampling procedures, including expansion to statewide candidate petitions. We have a number of comments. Mr. Brewer, you want to address this subject as well? Perhaps I should say, by way of introduction, that this is an item that was on our agenda last month, and that we had considerable discussion about it, and deferred action for further consideration. Mr. Brewer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mark Brewer of Goodman-Acker, here on behalf of myself this morning. As a nearly 40-year practitioner of election law in this state, I've been involved in scores of petition drives at the state and local levels and on behalf of and in opposition to state and local candidates. I urge you not to end the face review of petitions for several reasons. First, a face review is the best method to catch signature fraud. One can only detect patterns of the same handwriting by examining groups of signatures on the same sheets and on different sheets. Looking at a random sample of signatures may show that a particular signature was defective, but it won't tell the story about why they are defective. Only a review of many signatures can do that. That is why the Craig Challenge of nearly a year ago, of which I have a copy, which we submitted. I was leading the group that challenged his access to the ballot. We submitted 150 pages of signatures from many petition sheets in his effort to show the patterns of fraud. The staff report on the Craig petition did the same thing. It used individual signatures from many petition sheets to show the pattern of fraud across many signatures. Now, the staff report prepared for you today says that sampling would have reached the same conclusion as they did last year with the Craig petitions. That's very different. The conclusion is very different from finding fraud. The staff says, well, we would have found the Craig petition invalid based on a simple signature review. That's true, but that's not the issue. The issue is, would you have detected fraud on the massive scale that occurred last year? And you would not have. You simply would have had evidence in front of you that hundreds of signatures in the sample were invalid with no explanation, which was obvious when the pattern was examined. So we'd strongly urge you not to discontinue the face review of petitions, because that will allow people who engage in this fraud to simply do it again with now even less concern that they're going to get caught. There's also an additional legal reason why the face review is now required and cannot be eliminated. Face review began many decades ago as a preliminary step in the signature sampling process. That's how it started. And it served that purpose over the years and continues to serve that purpose. However, there have been a couple of critical events since the face review was started with that very narrow purpose of simply cleaning up the sample, basically, in preparation for the sampling process. The legislature has added dozens of mandatory petition requirements, particularly over the last 10 years. And if I may, Madam Chair, we've prepared a chart that lists all of those signature requirements and what the Bureau has instructed people to do on that basis. May I tender the chart?
Please.
Thank you.
Whatever help you can get us is much appreciated.
This chart lists the statutory requirements for all types of petitions, be they candidate petitions, because I understand you're considering abandoning the face review there, as well as ballot proposal petitions, and it gives you a statutory site on the left side. And then on the right side is the way that the Bureau has interpreted that over the years in terms of the meaning of that statutory provision. And you can see that since the face review process started decades ago, there are now dozens of ways in which the mere text, I shouldn't say mere text, the text of a petition can disqualify the petition, far beyond signature validity. And there's 3 pages here of examples of that. And again, as the instructions indicate, the Bureau does invalidate entire petition sheets and individual signatures on this basis. When we make challenges to petitions, we use those instructions, we use this guidance, and defenders of petition signatures also rely upon that. So what has happened over the years is that there are an enormous number of requirements that have now been added about what the text must say and how it must be completed. Now, in 2012, in a case which arose out of a petition before this board, the Michigan Supreme Court said they will no longer tolerate what was previously known as substantial compliance with the law. If I can summarize, if you get close enough on the petition form, that's good enough. That had been a doctrine, and I'm sorry, Mr. Housekeller, I'm being very loose here with my language, but if you got close enough in terms of the petition language, that the courts would allow the petition drive to go forward. It's a doctrine that had been developed in the Michigan Court of Appeals on a case-by-case basis. Well, the Michigan Supreme Court put a strict stop to that in 2012. They said when the legislature says shall or must, they mean shall or must. And you cannot have substantial compliance. There must be strict compliance with all of those requirements. The case in front of them in 212 had to do with font size. And that petition nearly fell based on the question of whether the font size was proper. But the court issued a very broad ruling, strict compliance, and that has been the law of Michigan ever since. So in the wake of that decision, all of these requirements on this sheet listed here in the statutes must be strictly complied with. The only way you can assure that is by looking at every sheet. You can't say, well, we sampled 1,000 of the sheets, and based on that, we believe that the rest of the sheets are valid or invalid. That's substantial compliance, which the court rejected in 2012. So I believe now the law requires that there be a face review of every petition sheet. Do you have to do it manually? Maybe there are faster, less staff-intensive ways. I'm sympathetic to what the staff has to go through with this. But the law is quite clear, unless it's changed by the legislature or the Michigan Supreme Court, that you have to do a review of every sheet, as has been done. So for those legal reasons as well, we would urge you not to abandon, because you cannot abandon, we don't believe, face review of any of petition sheets containing signatures. Similarly, there's a proposal to extend random signature sampling to candidate petitions, for the reasons I indicated earlier about the detection of fraud across many petitions. Random sampling is not going to catch the fraud. You may, as the staff asserts, end up with the same result. You may disqualify a petition, but the fraud will be undetected and unpunished. The only punishment in that situation will be that signatures are disqualified, but the people who submitted the fraudulent signatures will escape any liability for what they've done. So again, I strongly ask that you not extend random signature sampling to candidate petitions. Perhaps there are other ways that it could be addressed, but they must be done by statute. The legislature could switch to a filing fee system, which is the system we have for the state legislature. You can either file petitions or you can file a filing fee. But those are legislative decisions. They're not decisions for all of you to make in terms of your capacity. You must continue to review those sheets, particularly catching fraud, which was so evident just a year ago. So with that, I'd be glad to take any questions.
Questions?
On the issue of the extending random sampling to candidates, if the face review was kept in place, does that change your thinking on extending the random sampling?
Perhaps. One thing I've not gotten into this morning, and I'm no statistician, would be the validity of the random sampling method that's been used and it is proposed. Mr. Dunn, in all honesty, I've been focused on these other issues. But I think preserving the face review is absolutely vital and required by the law.
Other questions for Mr. Brewer? Yeah,
Thank you all.
thank you. Mr. Liedl. Spell your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Steve Liedl of Dykema. Steve, S-T-E-V-E, Liedl, L-I-E-D-E-L. Appearing today, not on behalf of my firm or any client, but in my personal capacity, as is encouraged under our rules of professional conduct, which encourages lawyers to engage on matters of public policy. Appreciate the opportunity. Just a few brief thoughts. I would urge the board to proceed cautiously or not approve the recommendation from the Bureau to adopt as your own the procedures which are vested in statute in you, the board, generally relating to canvassing and determining the validity of petitions and their signatures for three reasons. I don't want to be critical. I'll offer some suggested alternatives for you to consider as well, to not just simply raise issues. But for the three reasons, I think that, from the perspective of a lawyer that advises private clients and government clients regularly on risk, the Bureau is asking you as a board to assume some unnecessary risk, and there's some unintended consequences, in an attempt to address issues that have arisen in past cycles that are likely to arise. I ask you to consider the situation where you've saved some time in the next election cycle and decided, well, we're not going to do a facial review. We don't have to hire as many people at the Bureau. We don't have to rededicate as many state employees to do it. And so we will no longer do a facial review. And you know what? For candidate committees, we're going to use sampling, right? Saved us a lot of time, and we can make our recommendations to the board. We have at least one example. That doesn't mean that would apply to all situations, particularly when sampling only has a 90% reliability, according to the report from Raymond. But you do those things, and now you're awfully close to the election deadline, and you face a challenge, which is not unlikely. You've already heard now from a couple lawyers that there's some issues. One, there's no statutory authority for sampling. There's no statutory authority for the board to delegate its statutory duty to canvass petitions to anyone, let alone a private entity. And the law has changed since the court last authorized it, right? Two, we've got statutes, and as Mr. Brewer referenced, now a judicial strict compliance standard, right? That imposes a duty not on some accountants or on the staff at the board, but on you as board members, right? You have this duty under the statute to, one, canvass petitions in certain circumstances, but also to invalidate and not count any signature on a non-compliant provision. So if you don't look at every petition and conduct a facial review, as in my view the statute appears to mandate, how can you say that you satisfied that statutory duty? And how can you demonstrate to a court in a challenge that you haven't complied? Third legal issue, the statute does not completely vest responsibilities relating to establishing standards for determining the validity in signatures in you as a board, unfortunately. Some of those duties are vested in the Secretary of State, who's authorized to promulgate rules in that regard. So 3 areas of the law where if you proceed in this manner, you are increasing legal risk of a legal challenge. And so now you have the risk that a court says, closely before election, when the Bureau and others have lots of other election-related tasks to administer, you need to go back and do a facial review. The statute mandates it. 2, you improperly relied on sampling, which is not statutorily authorized for the canvassing of petitions. You got to go back and count them all. So you're running the risk of pushing the requirement to do that much later in the process. That's a concern that I would have if I were in a position of buying the board or the Bureau, that I'd raise and urge you to consider, in detail before proceeding. Secondly, this approach addresses the issues that primarily arose in the last issue and rightfully addresses the timelines and concerns of issues that were the board and the Bureau had to deal with, with a large number of candidates filing a large number of petitions, basically at the deadline. Right? There certainly were candidates who didn't file at the deadline, right? But what this proposal didn't take into account is how does this impact others involved in the process, candidates and those that represent them. I think we've heard previously from Mr. Doster that he has concerns about timelines in order to even effectually do a challenge. I'd share some of those concerns, and I suggest, the method to kind of deal with that is perhaps you could conduct an informal work group to get some recommendations from folks that are involved in the process other than the Bureau that are before you and you have responsibilities to consider. I'll note that the last bipartisan work group that I'm aware of, on issues relating to proposals and signature gathering occurred probably in 2006 and 2007. Representatives of folks involved on all different sides. I'll note that one of the participants is the current Secretary of State and then a professor at Wayne State University School of Law, Jocelyn Benson. It worked for the current secretary to participate in a work group, and I think that's really helpful in getting some suggestions that you as a board and the Bureau can consider in making the process better. The folks that are engaged in the process, that review petitions before they're submitted, can see patterns of error probably have some things that may be helpful to a better process and may be helpful to you as a board. That also means that there may be some suggestions for legislative changes. So on the risk, and other things, could you make the process easier for the Bureau staff, for you as a board, for those who are involved? Could you eliminate some of the risk? Like how easy is it to eliminate the risk of a court saying you lack the statutory authority to delegate your sampling authority? Well, that's probably a one-sentence change to the election law that says that the board may utilize the sampling process. That's a quick way to sort of mitigate that risk. It's something that, may be a good idea given all the changes in the law since the court last considered whether or not there was authority to use sampling in another context. So lastly, third, the recommendations from the Bureau could probably benefit from some additional consideration of some technology options that may facilitate the work for them, for others, and for you. I'll give you two examples that you may wish to consider. For some time now, the state of Arizona has allowed, through its eQual system, any voter in Arizona to sign through a state website a nominating petition, whether that's for a congressional candidate, a U.S. Senate candidate, governor, right on down to precinct delegate. Now that would require a statutory change here in Michigan, but you don't have to worry about a facial review of a petition in those sorts of situations, and there really is no further verification necessary as to whether or not that is a signature of a registered voter under that system. You still could have the option of petitions, but it's a system that's in place elsewhere and that works and probably would be beneficial to citizens. There's an awful lot they do from their phone or their internet browser. Why not permit this? It works in another state that's hotly contested on both sides of the aisle. And while there are plenty of things that people fight about over elections in Arizona, I'm not aware of them fighting over the eQual system, okay? Secondly, I'll note one other technology that's out there. We had a chance when I represented Fair and Equal Michigan a couple years ago to use it to sort of say, hey, what do we think the quality of these signatures is? I don't represent this company. I don't claim to advocate for them. I'll just give this as one example. It's a firm by the name of Signified, right? And they claim, that within 5 days, they can have a complete report on the validity of 1 million signatures using both scanning technology, artificial intelligence, and review by actual people, right? Signified, I believe it's spelled SIGNAFIDE. And that's something that you may not be ready as a board to say, well, let's just rely on this technology process. But it may be something to sort of begin to start to think about as a state in terms of perhaps we want to check our process. If we're going to go to any sort of sampling process or other process, maybe it's a good idea to sort of kind of audit that process or have another set of eyes so that folks involved, can, do so. That may be something that would be helpful to the process. The technology is moving rapidly, right? The graphics cards that folks who scan signatures and process the graphical information into data, names, addresses, voters, et cetera, that they used just last summer, right, have already increased their processing capacity by 50%. 3090 video cards that were the standard and the top available that were used last fall, 4090s produced by NVIDIA, 50% faster. So technology is moving rapidly. I consider you as a board to consider, are there some technology solutions that could facilitate your duties? And those may require legislative changes. And some of those legislative changes can work in a way that creates incentives for the candidates and the board. Like, for example, with nominating petitions or candidates that file early, they never hear back from the board or the Bureau, right, ahead of time, right? Everything comes in and then, essentially at the deadline, close to the statutory deadlines in terms of being prepared for the ballot, you get a report on everyone. what if you were able to do this process and create an incentive for folks to filing early because they would have feedback, early in terms of whether there are issues, and they could correct them. I think some of that could be done administratively, some of it could be facilitated with legislative changes. But those are all things that are sort of relatively simply that I think the board should consider, sort of rather than a solution that in my view is kind of driven, well, we had this issue in the last election, it was a lot of work, we want to prevent it from happening again. Here's what we think we can do. We kind of do it, this way. I've consulted with an accounting firm, and it sort of ignores two things, right? There are statutory requirements, duty imposed on you as constitutional officers in this board who've taken an oath to faithfully execute them. How does this recommendation from an accountant connect with your statutory duties? And are there changes in the law that could make that better? So happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions, Mr.
Oh,
Housie?
no, I mean, it's, yeah, all good stuff.
All right, thank you much.
Yeah, don't leave, because I appreciate very much your suggestions. There are things that I think some of us have talked about. We did talk after last election season, when we did face so many challenges, as did you and Mr. Brewer and others who were reviewing petitions. And we talked about forming a work group to have practitioners and others make suggestions for improving the process. And you have reiterated that today, and I hope you would be a participant in that work group.
I'd be happy to participate, yes.
And Mr. Brewer and Mr. Doster, and I think that we can really make substantial improvements, both. And I've been thinking about how we would approach this, looking at the current statutory requirements. How would we want, how could we better deal with them? How would we want to change them? And how can we bring technology into the picture?
Yeah, I think that's right. And it's important to remember many of these requirements that create some arguable legal barriers to sort of just saying, hey, let's do it this other way, were part of a 2018 statute adopted in a lame duck session. Many of the provisions of that statute have been found unconstitutional. So we're dealing with kind of the remnants and the provisions that are unconstitutional remain on the books. Very confusing, particularly for anyone new to the process. I want to understand this process and read the law. You can't do it just by looking at the statute and the Bureau's manual. You got to go consult case law. This would be an excellent opportunity to sort of, one, assure that individuals who are exercising their constitutional right to nominate candidates, or I guess it's more of a statutory right to nominate candidates, constitutional right to engage in initiative referenda or constitutional amendments, have some clarity on the process, at all levels, statutorily, from the Bureau and from you as board members.
Well, and with where technology is going, I mean, you would have to be putting your head in the sand not to look at the move of technology with the AI, with the ability to evaluate signatures, with the ability, with a world that functions online. We work with a lot of young people that don't understand what a pencil or a pen is. So what I hear you saying is that it's moving forward. We should get on board with it.
I think that's right, Member Hauskamp. I think, why would the board not use the same tools that and admittedly it's going to be, in most instances, campaigns with some significant resources, right? These are tools that are already being used in the campaigns, ballot question campaigns, candidate committees. What are we doing to verify the validity of our signatures before we submit them, right? It's malpractice if you're representing a committee and you don't advise them to, take some efforts to validate it. And so are there efforts that can sort of validate that and check that they're already using that technology? When Mr. Brewer and I were involved in challenging signatures of certain candidates for the gubernatorial ballot last year, we used those technologies. We were able to determine signatures were inconsistent on petitions filed for the gubernatorial candidates than signatures purportedly from the same voters in signatures that they had submitted in prior ballot question committees or prior nominating petitions. Now, we would not have been able to do that without the benefit of, some of the latest processing power and technology, right? And we would not have seen patterns of petition sheets, where for multiple different campaigns, the same indicators of fraud and people signing petitions in the same order across campaigns, right? And be able to say, well, this individual appears to have signed this petition for 4 different gubernatorial candidates. The technology is what enabled that.
Let me ask you a question, just because you're in this every day, and I'm curious. But so on the one hand, what I've seen since I've been on this board is that collecting signatures is big business, and it's a business that now has actors in it who are industrial petition processing organizations. We have to make, I guess, the assumption that they are using technology and that they will continue to use technology and that they'll continue to use technology to make their business more profitable and stronger. And so if we don't use the technology to validate signatures, validate petitions, and do it in a more efficient way, are we letting down our responsibility?
I think there may not be the scale, right, for various petition circulating firms to get to, sort of being, quote, big business, right? They certainly have significant events in a handful of states where there may be a handful of petition collection efforts every few years, where in order to hit the required signatures, you sort of need to sort of deploy, technology and resources, right? And arguably there's some technologies that could benefit that. My personal view is that states should move like the city of Denver, Colorado has to authorizing the use of electronic signatures for ballot question signatures, right? But that's not cost effective on the campaign side. Our experience in Fair and Equal Michigan is that it's still more expensive to secure signatures with a digital signature than it is to go out and get them, even then in the case of restricted activities due to COVID, right? But that technology is advancing relatively quickly. And so it's not something I would advocate for right now. I mean, arguably the department could do it, but without a legislative change, it's probably cost prohibitive for any campaign to get it digitally from signatures. But I do think if you're talking about citizens exercising a constitutional right to engage in initiative referendum or a constitutional amendment process, if they can sign their mortgage electronically, and they do all sorts of other business electronically, why can't they exercise their constitutional right, in some electronic way? Why is the government imposing barriers on people's exercise of their constitutional rights? Why do we have a layer of government bureaucracy that may no longer be necessary? So yeah, I think that from multiple angles, there are technology components. In terms of your duties as a board member, I'd encourage you to take a look, and obviously this would be a legislative decision as well, at something like the process that we know works in Arizona for nominating petitions. I suspect some campaigns and candidates would prefer that as opposed to knocking doors in February. Sending out a QR code at an event. If you support me, will you sign my petition? Check the QR code, verify your identity in a verifiable way, and sign it. And I think there's some tools that you as a board and the Bureau could use to sort of verify and confirm the validity of your work and to facilitate the process as well.
A question about the work group that you mentioned from 06 or 07. Do you have a listing of who all participated in that? You mentioned Secretary Benson was part of it. That might be useful in determining who to include, if we were to move forward, who to include, because we think we have a low-trust society these days, and we're going to want, I think it's people like you and Mr. Brewer and Mr. Doster who are before us. We may strongly disagree with your tactics or what you're advocating for or against at times, but I think I have respect for each of you in doing this, and that you're trying to make this process better, easier, more effective. But we need to remember there are people on both sides of the aisle who don't trust what is being brought up with. And so as long as it's a bipartisan.
Right. And I would be clear, you know, my recommendation would be, this is just some discussion and suggestions from others to facilitate both the Bureau and you at the board making wise decisions. The decision is ultimately yours as a public official. You know, a lot of those folks are retired, remember not? But it was a true bipartisan group convened by one of the legislative leaders. So it included, you know, essentially the attorneys, you know, who tended to affiliate with one party or the other, all of those that were regularly engaged. It's not a large bar, for example, you know, the number of folks that, you know, have the ability to practice on issues that come before the board. It included the Governor Engler's former counsel who had been a member of the Board of Canvassers, Lucille Taylor. It included legislative councils. It included the Director of Elections. I think there was no concern from those involved that, you know, it didn't represent the broad spectrum of folks that have experience and something helpful to share. And also, sort of more importantly, you know, purpose of these work groups sometimes in government is to sort of say, well, we've got a proposal. You know, we think it's a good idea. Have we checked to make sure that the folks that will be affected by it are comfortable with it as well? And so that kind of gives you some assurances, you know, if you're going to proceed in a particular manner, policy or administrative decision, you know, are there going to be some unintended consequences that you sort of, as an insular process, didn't take into account? So I'm happy to, you know, work with others and provide some suggested name and encourage others to provide suggested names that, you know, would offer some helpful experience and expertise to the process. Sure.
What's the perfect number of people for something like this so that it's you get enough opinion, but it's not unwieldy?
I think my recommendation would, you know, it certainly needs to be more than 3, right? But if at all possible, you know, avoid going over a dozen, right? Knowing that on any given, you know, work group meeting, folks will have some conflicts, and the actual number participating, you know, on a given day may be a little less. You know, there's a reason this board has 4 members and not 40, right? You know, I also sort of note as an issue of timing, my experience on that is it's a little easier for folks to engage in these processes, right? In the time period where you're not representing individual campaigns. Like you heard from Mr. Brewer and I were appearing in our individual capacity. I will say back in 2006, I was in government at the time. There was a point of time I was concerned that Mr. Brewer may have had a proposal he was working on in the back pocket. That it's like, where's that thing of that recommendation? Not to disparage Mr. Brewer, he wouldn't have been alone, but I think there's a certain time where you have to be an advocate for your client, and you know, and so there's kind of a window, and that, as you know, with the legislative process, you know, you can do bipartisan legislative things. Some of them are pretty easy, right? If folks that are affected all agree that this would be a helpful improvement to everyone, that's easy for the legislature. But then once you get a little closer to the election cycle, it's tougher for the legislature to engage in changes too. So you should think about the timing as well.
I noticed Mr. Brewer smiling when you said some of these people were retired, and I'm mostly retired myself, so they have more time. I mean, I think about Mr. Gordon and Mr. Peerage, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Peerage, who is teaching election law and has students.
Yep, my partner, Mr. Gordon, is semi-retired. He's traveling, and I believe out of the country today. So he litigated the case. I think his personal belief probably was that there may not have been sufficient authority for sampling for proposals. So yes, the older I get, the more I recognize the wisdom of those with more experience than me. So, yeah,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
You know, I would like to note at this point that Stand Up for Democracy was referenced. That was a 2012 case. And Mr. Lidl mentioned 2018 litigation, which was, or legislation, I'm sorry, which was challenged. And parts of that legislation were held to be unconstitutional, but parts, and I worked with Mr. Brewer on challenging PA 608. And one of the things that I think we didn't look closely at or think about, and I don't think it was unconstitutional, but there were 2 statutory changes in PA 608, which I believe make it particularly difficult, actually, I think preclude us from eliminating facial challenges. And that is the statute 482-8, which says that each petition has to indicate that the circulator has complied with all the requirements and that any signature obtained by a petition circulator on that petition is invalid and will not be counted. And there was a similar addition, 482A4. If a petition is circulated under 482, or circulated under 482, is circulated and the petition does not meet all of the requirements under 482, any signature obtained on that petition is invalid and must not be counted. And those are statutory requirements imposed upon us. And I don't think we thought a whole lot. I wasn't on the board. I don't know that the board thought much at that time about that because we were doing face checks at the time, right? But now it is, I think we cannot eliminate the face check and still comply with the provisions that say that particular petitions, as opposed to signatures, that the petitions must be rejected before we start looking at the genuineness of the signatures. So I think, and I have said to Mr. Brader and Mr. Fracassi in advance of this meeting that I don't think we can abandon face check, but I'm really, and that's something obviously that this board has to decide, but I really am very excited about the idea of getting people engaged in improving the process. And I agree with Mr. Lidl. This is important for us because the initiative and referendum process and the constitutional amendment process, those are citizens engaging in direct democracy. And so we ought to facilitate their ability to do that. It is hugely important. And we have both, I think, the responsibility and the opportunity to do that. So that's my speech, and Eric Doster is still waiting to speak to this, as is Mr. Grebner. I'm sorry.
She wants to add to that. She wants to know if she can be added.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, yeah.
Is it possible to take a 5-minute break?
Take a break, Mr. Doster. Okay.
Okay.
We will take a break and be back at 11:45.
Eric, if I didn't, I wouldn't be paying attention anyway, so.
I had questions for him too.
He was going to be more supportive of what we want to do, so I take that personally.
back on the record in time for us to hear from Mr. Doster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Eric Doster, and like the two previous speakers, I am also here in my individual capacity, representing no one. I do apologize. On my card, I wrote items 6 and 7. So when you called me for the last one, I was looking bewildered. I meant to write 7 and 8. I apologize for that. I think these are, I'm assuming that I'm speaking on both 7 and 8 right now because they're kind of related.
That's correct.
So I find myself in agreement for the most part with the previous two speakers, although I don't necessarily, as far as, getting a work group together, I sent comments to the board
Yes,
on
thank you.
Monday, and I know you haven't had many days to look at it, but I think it, though I'm not going to go through those items now because I really like where the board is thinking and talking. As far as getting a work group together, because these are serious issues and a lot of input, and would be good. I think Mr. Brader has me convinced that face review elimination is probably a good thing, and it wouldn't necessarily impair the, sacrifice the process, because statistically, it makes sense what Riemann, the accounting group, and Mr. Brader are saying to me, that statistically, getting rid of face review it's going to come out in the end anyway. So, but then I'm mindful of what I just heard from Mr. Liedl, who I'm both delighted and surprised that he's here. And I was about to come up and say, I agree with everything that Steve just said, but then when he started talking about electronic signatures, he lost me. So, but I can't say that. But at any rate, so, but I liked a lot what he was talking about. A lot of the things that. My comments, the themes that I was talking about technology and democracy, or technology and transparency, and things like that in the process, and that I think that participating in a work group would be helpful, and also some things like things as I'd really like to hear from Mr. Grebner, but I understand that he agrees that we should have like the petition scanned and provided to challengers and petition sponsors too. So I agree with that. I'd also like, and this probably requires a legislative change, to get access to the QVF signature file, because when you're trying to, again, I'm on both sides. I'm a sponsor and I'm a challenger. Okay. If there's if Jane Jones is alleged to be a fraudulent signature, well, I'd like to see Jane Jones' signature on the QVF signature file. Is it? I mean, if I'm a challenger or I'm a sponsor, it doesn't matter. I want to see if is that really a fraudulent signature. And I understand there may be some legislative issues against that. I'd like to see that corrected. Because I think that, I know that when we looked at the, over the last few years, we've looked at petitions, we've had to sign, Mr. Fracassi makes me sign something that says, I can't remember what it says. It says if you do something wrong with the data that you're shown, your third born is gone or something, and I'm happy to sign that. We could do something like that with the QVF signature file too. Look, if I'm not using the signature file, if I'm giving it off to some scammer who wants to do credit cards for Jane Jones, then take my third born. Is that the liberal one? No, she's graduating next week, so she's the unemployed one so far. But at any rate, so I really didn't have any more comments because I didn't want to go through my particular comments I gave, because those could be good discussion points in a work group, and I really don't have any more to add and want to belabor the point.
Madam Chair, may I ask? Yes. Right there, I actually wanted you to I know you want to talk on work group, but I would like to in this forum, let's talk about number 9, out-of-state circulators.
Yeah.
Can you go a little bit more into your thoughts on that one,
Yeah,
please?
absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Member Bradshaw. Yeah, the point number 9, so we're all on the common frame of reference. I said there needs to be a way to review the signature and information supplied by an out-of-state circulator. I say currently petitions submitted by in-state circulators are scrutinized. In other words, they look and see if their signature is the same one, because they have access to the QVF signature file, which the rest of us mortals do not. But an out-of-state circulator, we don't know we don't really know anything about them, and we don't have access to that data. So they're almost treated, you're almost encouraging the circulations to be done by the out-of-state, because they can't get, you can't disqualify those signatures because we don't have access to that data. And maybe that's a legislative fix, but I just wanted to get some folks thinking about that you seem to put, and the system seems to put a get-out-of-jail-free card for the out-of-state circulators, because we can't scrutinize those folks. We don't have their QVF signature file or anything, and we don't even know if that's their real address. I mean, we don't know anything about them. So yeah, I'd like to see some sort of equality or parity, whatever the right term is, scrutinization on those out-of-state circulators too.
Any questions?
But we could talk about that in a work group, though. That would be that would be something that we could deal with all of these in a work group, so. So I guess I would encourage this board to put a pause on 7 and 8 today, and let's get a work group and talk and.
We will.
Okay, any other
And
questions?
I want to thank the attorneys who are here in their personal capacities and not on, not charging a client for it, because
Yeah, thanks, Mary Ellen.
I do.
Did I say that the third one is not employed yet? So, thank you very much.
Your assistance is really appreciated. Mr. Grebner. Spell your name for the
Mark
court
Grebner,
reporter.
M-A-R-K-G-R-E-B-N-E-R.
And you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. I am an attorney, but I don't really do much election law. I would almost claim to be a statistician. I think I may be the only person, I haven't seen anybody else here with a background in mathematical statistics. But mainly I am a practitioner who schleps petitions in large quantities. My firm, which is now called Practical Political Data, because we have reorganized slightly, has handled, I don't know, dozens of petitions over the years, initiative petitions, statewide petitions, and probably hundreds of nominating petitions. I think we have we have noted more duplicates, signatures in initiative petitions, I think, than anyone else in the state. That's my guess. I think that we have examined more tons of petitions probably than anyone else. Our typical unit of work is the ton. I come onto this scene 45 years ago when I was taking Stat 825 from Dennis Gilliland at Michigan State University, sampling theory. And he used as his class example the horror that he found at the Bureau of Elections in 1977 and 78 as the Bureau was attempting to assess the validity of petitions and was doing things that were, if they'd been done by a statistician, they would have been malpractice. And so he brought to the class and discussed in the class and made a class project the question of how petition validity could be assessed, sampling theory applied to petitions. So Dennis Gilliland served as the consultant, I think, to the Elections Bureau until, I don't know, pretty recently. And over the last 40 years, I have argued with Dennis and also with Chris Thomas to simplify and streamline the process. The original process is rooted in the need to move large amounts of paper around long before it was computerized, long before scanners were a reasonable alternative. So your sampling methods, which you are burdened with or blessed with or something, really have to do with the process of moving stacks of petitions around a room and putting them on conference tables and sampling from them, okay? And that's why, for example, it starts with somebody with a Bates numberer stamping each sheet with actual ink, you know, and so forth. Anyway, I have argued for a long time about the need to bring this forward because technology's improved and we've moved away from a paper world. And I never succeeded. I had many discussions with the Bureau, and I'm happy to see that you hired somebody for real money, and Riemann recommends everything that I was recommending, and even a couple more things. So, not speaking as an attorney, because I'm really not particularly versed in the details of the election law, but as a statistician and as a person who schleps petitions, I strongly endorse all of Riemann's recommendations. They make a lot of sense to me. Now I talk about what I'm primarily here to talk about the practical problems faced by my firm. We challenge or support petitions, initiative petitions, referendum petitions, constitutional petitions, sometimes nominating petitions. Most of what we do now is the identification of duplicate signatures because as a practical matter, the Bureau does such a good job of vetting all of the other errors that can be made while collecting signatures, and they are so wonderfully nitpicky that there just isn't much point in us nitpicking too. We just don't get much. But the Bureau does not have a method for catching duplicates, and in particular, when sampling a large body of petitions, there is no process in place to catch duplicate signatures. Now, I assume that role is a useful role, our role of catching these, because if we don't do it and nobody else does it, then there's going to be a strong incentive to catch the same people in front of the Kmart, or the Kmart's now closed, but pick something that's still the post office. Yes. But to catch them every day, day after day, and have them sign again just to be sure, because nobody ever catches the fact that if you sign 15 times, one of them might get into the sample and be counted as a valid signature, and the other 14 won't be caught. We will catch them. Okay, now, the problem is, I don't see in these recommendations how you're, it looks to me like maybe I see a train wreck forming, okay? The problem is, we have done heroic work in the past. We have scanned and examined and data entered and compared hundreds of thousands of signatures in the 10-day challenge period. And if you wonder how we do it, I don't know. I don't think, it's an amazing thing that we can actually go through 500,000 signatures in 10 business days and get back to you with a report that identifies which of the signatures in the sample are duplicated on which page and which line. But now, with a larger turnout, and also with petitions generally carrying fewer signatures, we're not talking about 70,000 pages anymore. We're talking about 150,000 pages. And if these things weigh 20 grams apiece because they're 2 sheets on legal paper and 24-pound bond, I think it comes to 2 metric tons of petitions, and I've only got 10 business days to scan them. And anyway, pardon my whining, but it's become impossible, and then the Bureau is running out of space, and we get stuck in smaller conference rooms, and then they assigned us a minder who takes a lunch break, and they won't let us stay in the building overnight, and so anyway, the whole process is threatening to become impossible, in which case, I guess everybody would just be allowed to turn in duplicate signatures, and I don't know what you do with them. So I have a solution. I want to propose that maybe you could build into your adopted rules, or maybe just get Jonathan to nod at you and that he'll do it or something. Instead of having us go in and scan, and instead, the proposal is all written in terms of the sample being turned over to the challengers and to potential challengers. My interest is not in the sample. the sample is only 750 sheets, and if you give it to me as a scan or as paper, it's only that big. You can carry it around. You don't need a truck. I'm worried about data that requires a truck, okay? If instead of having us go in and fight with it, or us, as I did recently, request photocopies of the entire petition set, which your attorney actually scanned himself for some reason. Instead of doing that, why not scan the petitions up front? I think that there's talk about doing this, and have that be released to anybody requesting access. You might even, I'm now going to get into the weeds a little bit, you might say that if someone a petition's filed with the office, a petitioner might, a challenger or a supporter might file a request for a copy of the scan, a complete, what I would call a canonical copy of the scan, right? And if they do that, they would pay some fee to pay for the cost of scanning. The sheets would all have been numbered, and that's why even the proponent will need to have access to your copy, not to the copy they may have made before, because they don't have them numbered. You've got them numbered, okay? So if you scan them and you turn that over to anybody who's paid this fee, and a nickel a copy would clearly cover your costs, and I know you don't deal with money, but again, speaking as a guy who writes checks for these things, some sort of a fee like a nickel would be, for 150,000 sheets, it'd be $7,500, which would clearly cover the staff cost. Maybe you're going to scan everything anyway, no matter what, in which case I'll just, hope to get it under FOIA for cheap. But anyway, one way or the other, so that before the beginning of the challenge period starts, maybe before, really as soon as it's available, turn over to any interested party a complete canonical copy of the scans, okay? That's most of what I want to urge, because if you don't do that, on my end, I got somebody stuck in your little conference room. I just want you to understand the horror of this. The boxes are piled up above a person's head. The aisle between them is so narrow that you can't even walk straight. You have to walk sideways, and the boxes are not in order, and so you're constantly having to find the next box in the series, which are piled up 8 feet high, and there's often somebody else trying to work in the same room with you, right? And this is just not getting better. And maybe if people would stop filing so many petitions, it wouldn't be so bad, but
you would have less work.
yeah. So anyway, please keep us out of your conference room. Give us a scan, pretty please. I don't, did he nod at you? I don't know. He's
Director Brader?
It's actually part of our recommendations. One of the enhancements that this would involve is that we would, as part of the process of counting the number of sheets for each petition, we would scan the entire petition. And so then each and every sheet of each and every petition would be available digitally. So yes, I agree.
So the only thing I would say beyond that is if they could be turned over as they become available, rather than waiting until they're all perfect and tied up in a bow, because we'd really like to get started. At least that'd be an option. You should also understand that in the course of scanning it, errors will be made, and it will be necessary for a person to, somebody on the staff to fix errors that are found. 1% of the sheets will be double fed or will be unnumbered or something. We find those all the time. But anyway, it wasn't in this printed version, so anyway, I'm happy to hear that. The only other thing I would tell you is, in response to the most recent speaker, as far as access to signatures, I don't think that it's actually very important that we get access to the QVF signatures. We've got access to old petitions, and we can look them up, and we have hundreds of thousands of very nice signatures, okay? And we have begun doing that, and we have noticed that Mark Brewer also has begun to pull signatures off old petition sheets. If I just can talk for a second here about fraud, I have two cases of fraudulent petitions which were never turned in, so they're my prized possessions. I have two banker's boxes of forged petitions at home. So I really appreciate fraud. It's the fraudsters are not real forgers. They're not working from good signatures and making copies of them. They're just writing names on paper. And so it doesn't take a handwriting expert to tell that they're fake. They don't look at all like the real signatures. Even in the course of just sampling, you're going to discover if somebody is turning in fraudulent petitions, if they're coded correctly, they'll be coded as doesn't have the slightest relation to the signature on file, and maybe 1 out of 100 that people really sign completely differently. But if somebody's turning in 5 or 10 or 20% of their signatures have no match to the on-file QVF, you don't have to worry about it. They're fraud. You know, they're just. Anyways,
I think that was the conclusion that was drawn
Yeah.
last year.
But, so that's true for the QVF, but it's also true for old petitions, right? Although you have to make sure that you're not comparing it to a previous set of forged signatures. So, I mean, you have to think a little bit about, okay. Anyway, that concludes everything I wanted to tell you, and I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you for your perspective, Mr. Grebner. It's very valuable. Questions?
Yeah, it's just a quick question. When you're lounging around in the conference room, trying to reach those boxes,
I'm happy to say I have a staff person. I am now 70, and I no longer.
just go for the low ones, right? You know what, the question for you, when you're doing that, what are you doing it for? When you go into that box and you grab that sheet, number one, how do you know what sheet to grab? And number two, what are you doing with it?
The boxes are nicely folded and arranged by the Bureau. So a box will be labeled, say, 85,001 to 86,000, and each folder inside might have 200 sheets. And we take the 200 sheets out and we run them through a scanner, and then after a while we finish with box 85 and we go to box 86. So what I'm doing is I'm capturing images of the signatures.
You're scanning them.
I'm
So
scanning
when you're
them.
scanning those, are you just are you just copying them, or are you, in other words, if I scan this document and I scan it right, I can pick up different pieces of it and I can store it? Or are you
Yes.
just scanning it like it was a photostat and it's going into a flat file?
It
Are
is not OCR'd. It is, in other words, I'm not pulling the data off it. I'm actually just capturing.
Just making a copy of
a
it.
JPEG, that's right. And then I work from that. And really, I think that's what the Bureau would be doing as well. I think that they would be capturing, just 150,000, roughly 1 megabyte TIFFs or JPEGs or PNGs or whatever they're using.
And to be put into a spreadsheet format, that still requires hand jamming, right? I mean, somebody actually.
There are two schools. Now we're getting into deep in the weeds of the commerce. There are the people who believe you can do it with computer, digital, artificial intelligence, and they have one kind of problem. And I have a very nice firm that works for me in Bangladesh, and I have a different kind of problem. So anyway, we have different challenges, but each of us need the image, the TIFF, the JPEG from the Bureau, and I'm just awfully happy to hear that I can sell my 2 scanners and not ever have to suffer through this again.
Have you experimented with any of the OCR stuff?
I have not, but I have written down here. I'm going to go look at it. I work with people who use it, and they have different problems than I have, and so there's no magic. Now, we're deep in the weeds here. The problem they have is that you have exactly 1 line of a person's handwriting. It'd be different if you have like a diary, right? But you've got 1 line of a person's handwriting, and you don't know how they make their L's. Is that Jackson or Johnson or Jameson or some other name? And the answer is, that's all the text you got, right? And so some of these can be decoded, and some of the lines cannot be decoded. But my very good friends in Bangladesh, they can read it, okay? They're pretty good at it. So,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grevner.
thank you.
Joe DeMarco? Spell your name for the record.
J.O. DeMarco, D-E-M-A-R-C-O. Glad to see the microphone is working.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Good morning. My name is Joe DeMarco, and I am from Kent County, living in Ada Township. And once again, I appreciate the opportunity to be here today for comment on the proposed petition manual. Overall, I found it to be well-written in a comprehensive chronological order that would easily guide a candidate or a petition sponsor through the requirements and their responsibilities. On page 36 indicates a note stating, "A signature is invalid if the signer merely prints his or her name in the space provided for a printed name, yet fails to sign the petition and the signature on file is a cursive signature." This note supports my previous suggestion to maintain code NS for no signature and keep it separate from the combined codes IS for no signature and MC, meaning the provided signature didn't match the QVF signature. My rationale was and remains, if a printed name appears in the printed section of the petition and no cursive signature is offered in the cursive signature area, that line should be invalid as it is both NS or no signature as well as a missing required element. The manual draft emphasizes petitioner responsibilities, and I'll suggest also adding a note to petitioners advising them that it is their responsibility to obtain a valid signature under these circumstances. Page 36 also includes a bullet point that indicates a signer may be unable to physically sign their name and may use a signature stamp instead of a pen and ink signature. Now, my impression of the manual's concept for signature verification is that a petition signature must match the QVF signature. And in all my election training and work experience, I have never been confronted with this situation, and upon seeing it, I sought guidance from my county clerk's office, who was not aware of a signature stamp being legal or honored. But honestly, I'm glad this came up because I'm going to be a chairperson for 2 precincts in next week's election, so I would really like clarification on this, if you can provide that. And if it is deemed that that a signature stamp is not legal, please remove it from the manual. And finally, regarding face review, I do believe that removing face review would be a significant mistake. The face review is nothing short of accountability and oversight. It demands accountability from the petitioners and rightfully strengthens the state's oversight capabilities that the petition process requires. It assures potential bad actors that the state is prepared for deception, fraud, or disregard for compliance, which will be strictly maintained. The face review is also a safeguard for potential claims of improprieties petitioners may make to the state. The manual suggests face review be confined only to random samples, random samples drawn, 1,000 signatures for ballot initiatives and 750 for statewide candidates. Given the number of signature requirements, I think this is a very disproportionate ratio, not nearly enough scrutiny to either validate or deny a submission. I'm all for technical innovation, but for this purpose, I'm just not convinced that a computerized version of oversight based on ratios, percentages, and technical acceptance of risk can outweigh the attributes of a human face review from knowledgeable, experienced staff. And I love the idea of a work group and I'll throw my name in there for consideration, if you come to that.
Thank you. Questions? Do you have a response to her question about the signature stamp?
Yeah, there's a section of the election law that allows it. 755A, elector unable to write or sign name, execution of election document by making, mark, or using a signature stamp. If an elector is unable to write or sign his or her name on an election document because of a physical disability, the elector may execute the election document where a signature is required, either by making his or her mark or by using a signature stamp. So this doesn't come up very often, in my understanding, but it's for people with disabilities who can't sign. And what the election official does is they still compare the stamp signature to what's on the qualified voter file, which, unless the disability has occurred since the person registered to vote, would be the same stamp. So you're still matching it. It's just a signature that's been made with a stamp versus an autograph.
So, to be clear, a QVF signature may be an actual stamp?
If it's necessary for a person with disability to register to vote, yes.
Okay, good. Well, thank you for that clarification.
Is there say I register to vote, 5 years later, a disability or, lose an arm or something, is there a requirement that you go in and say, my signature is going to be different now? Or is that generally something that, and this is probably infinitesimal number of times this happens, but or is that something that will just be discovered when that individual with a disability goes to vote the next time?
Yeah, if the disability has occurred since the person registered, our guidance to clerks when they're reviewing, for example, like absent voter ballot applications, is if it doesn't match, contact the voter. And, one of the things you would be inquiring as is to, did you have an injury or disability? If that's the case, then the clerk is instructed to update the signature in the qualified voter file using the new signature.
Thank you.
Anything else? Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for serving as the precinct. Two precincts, right? Good luck. Okay, we have, the Bureau has arranged to have lunch brought in for us, and it is ready, I believe. So we are going to take a lunch break. Why don't we try to be back at 1 o'clock? Okay, so we will break until 1 o'clock.
So, tell me a little bit about Ryan.
My firm handles funds we examine them for various errors, and who's hired us. We take information off them, we look at this, we fix things that are wrong if they haven't been filed yet. We often deal with tons of cases. Shelving units, specialized shelving units for bankers' boxes that keep them from, resting on each other. Things like that. Things are tough, but specialized, right? So, anyway, so I'm concerned about petitions, physical handling of petitions. Because the Bureau is talking about changing the way that they process petitions and process challenges to petitions, it implicates the work that the firm does. And I'm worried that the whole process is in danger of becoming impossible because the time frame is fairly short and the quantity of petitions, the number of sheets is rising with increased turnover. And the Bureau's space problems are getting worse. This is too long a sentence. And the whole process is in danger of just becoming unworkable for my firm, and for everybody else. Since if I can't do it, I don't think anybody else can do it. So, I'm the one that does it. I think I've done all the ones that are most impossible. So, if it's impossible for me, I think it's impossible for everybody else.
Okay. So, what was your reaction to Director Brader saying that they were looking into actually, scanning these and turning them into either JPEG or PDF or whatever?
They phoned my employee a couple months ago and asked what kind of scanner she uses. So I thought that was a good sign. So, I don't know if they end up buying the same scanner we have, but anyway, they're really good scanners. And they're scanners, they're petitions that are petitions, among other things, are multiple sheets and folded in different ways. So a scanner has got to be able to pick a top sheet off a stack of, say, 50 or 100 or 200 sheets, even though it's folded into fours, not to get confused that it's thicker than it should be, and not to open it up, and all this stuff. So anyway, they'll have to find a scanner that will work, right? We found a scanner that works. There are lots of nice scanners. So anyway, I'm glad to hear they're doing it. I'm happy to hear that maybe I'll get out of the business so they can scan petitions. It's getting old.
Now you were talking a little bit about actually doing that. The kind of the pain
We've been copying or scanning lately the abortion petitions, which the Bureau has just shuffled off the storage and recycling or whatever where they went. But we got the last nibble of it. And there are 150 boxes of petitions. They weren't in any order, and every now and then somebody would come into the room and move a few of them. And my person kept trying to scan them sort of in order, but where is box 83, 83,001 or 84,000? Yes, and they were piled up above her shoulder level, and she's broad enough that she couldn't walk down the aisle between the boxes, and they only gave her one piece of work, and they were assigned a minder by the Bureau. Whenever the minder went on break, they had to stop. Oh my God, it just got worse and worse and worse. Finally, we finished it, but it convinced me I should spend the morning here.
No, I didn't hear you say anything in your about the face rate and what your ideas were with that.
My first comment was, I agree with the leader as far as the statistics.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm not talking about the law, but I'm telling you the statistics, they're right. It ought to be funded together. Sampling is sampling. Amateurs should not try to understand sampling together. Just leave it. You can do what you want, but
I'd like to hear from Director Brader.
Sure, yeah. So, the room is empty, but I hope people are still watching. So I'll try to just kind of summarize my perspective and Bureau of Elections' perspective in response to some of the comments that were received. I would say, first of all, we welcome all of that input. The reason that we published the recommendations, the Raymond report, our memo online was hoping to solicit that input. So we're definitely open to practitioners and others sharing their thoughts on what the best approach is. Ultimately, it's the board's procedure to canvass. So we are making recommendations, and it's perfectly sensible for the board to consider input from others, whether it's in response to our recommendations or them submitting their own materials to you or a work group, as long as it's bipartisan, or whatever else the board deems appropriate. I do think there were a few things that came up that I don't agree with from a policy matter or a matter of the statutes. So I'll just try to go through them. One, it was said a few times by some of the commenters that we would be eliminating face review. That's not accurate. We would still be doing face review of the sample. So all the reasons that signatures would get excluded because of facial problems with petitions would still be reasons to get excluded. And so because of the fact that we are still doing face review on the sample, and because of the fact that, as the Raymond report indicates, that is going to result in disqualification of signatures proportionally, this is not creating a benefit to anybody of trying to pad, if they're trying to pad their petitions with facially invalid sheets or fraudulent sheets, they're not going to help themselves, because they're just going to lower the percentage of validity in the sample relative to the number of increased sheets and signatures. So it does not, if there is a candidate or an initiative sponsor who thinks that they're going to now game the system, they're only going to be hurting themselves, because the only thing they're going to be accomplishing is not having the ability to verify themselves, or to try to do the best they can to verify themselves that they have enough signatures. When we do the sample, we will still find that in whatever proportion it's in the petition. Another thing I just want to note is that I don't agree with the suggestion that this will somehow prevent us from detecting fraud. For one thing, we are still going to stamp every single sheet, which means we still look at every single sheet. And it was in that initial pass-through, it often is in that initial pass-through, when we see this jump out at you and slap you in the face, obvious fraud. So that would still be an opportunity to detect that, number one. Number two, when we see fraud in the sample, as the test report showed for the Craig petition, which included a substantial number of circulators that had committed that fraud, we will still see that. We'll still, when we look at that sheet, we're still going to see the fraud on that sheet. We're not just going to, black out the rest of the page and only look at that signature that we pulled. So, because again, we're doing a face review of that sheet. So we're still going to see those suspicious petitions, and we're still going to refer them in the same way for prosecution. And when we do that, we're obviously going to refer the entire suspicious the entire suspicious set of sheets, not just the one that was in the sample. So I don't think that this will prevent that. In fact, I think this will actually enhance our ability to detect at least invalid signatures, whether they're, because of circulator fraud or because it's just somebody who, signed a fake name because they didn't want to say no to the person at the farmer's market. We're going to see more of those because, we're going to be able to spend more of our time, in the case of initiative petitions, on the sample. And if we do this for nominating petitions for candidates, we are actually going to be looking at a random sample of signatures and scrutinizing them in a way that we have not previously had time to do. So I would say, when it comes to initiative petitions, it's not going to affect our ability to detect it. And for nominating petitions for candidates, if anything, it's going to enhance our ability to detect it. So I don't agree with that concern. The other thing just sort of generally, there were a few references to this sort of being done because of the suggestion that the face review is too much work or that it's too hard. That's not the issue. The issue is we have a finite number of days and hours to get through these petitions. And the question is, of those, sometimes only 60 days, and usually not much more than that, is it really the best use of our staff time, of taxpayer dollars, and of the general period that is available for review for us, for the sponsors, the challengers, and then the board? Is it really the best use of our time to spend half of that time, 30 days of that time, in doing this face review? I don't think it is. I think that we are better off rather than using this for something that has no statistical value in determining the validity of the petition, we're better using that time to have more ability to scrutinize individual signatures in the sample, more time for challengers to be able to look at the petition, more time for sponsors to review the challenges. It just adds a greater amount of transparency and deliberation to the process. And the only way that we can do a lot of these other things that we want to do, extending the challenge period, possibly digitizing the sheets, we may or may not be able to do that without getting rid of the random sample or without getting rid of the face review. But what facilitates all this additional transparency and deliberation and back and forth in the process is the 30 days that we gain from eliminating the statistically irrelevant initial face review. So that it's not about working less or saving time. It's about using the time more effectively for the board, for sponsors, candidates, challengers, and the courts and Michiganders. I think we can use that time more effectively. Then finally, I'm not your lawyer, so you're going to have to defer to I would have to defer to the AG on the interpretation. But I don't. There were a couple of references made to sections of the election law that talk about rejecting signatures and how signatures must not be counted, and the board has the requirement to not count those signatures. I think what is lost, and there were some references specifically to petitions and Section 482 and 482A, and what the board has to do with those. I think what is missing from that analysis is that all of these statutory sections that talk about what the board does, those have to be also read with Section 476 of the election law. And that is the section of the election law that says that it's the board, and I agree with this, it's the board, it's not the staff, it's the board that has to canvass the petitions and ascertain if the petitions have been signed by the requisite number of qualified and registered electors. That is the section of law that has been understood since the 70s to authorize the board to do that via random sampling. So yes, 482, A4, 482, 6, 8, whatever they are, they do say that the board has to reject the signatures. But if you look at another section of law which also applies to petitions, initiative petitions and otherwise, which is Section 544C, subsection 2, that also says that signatures must not be counted. If, for example, it's missing a signature, a street address, or a rural route, or the date of signing a petition, the board is also required to not count those. And that's not a new section of law. That's been around for some time. And, the board has, at least for the last 40-some years, done that through a random sampling process. So so these arguments, like admittedly it's a new statute, these arguments are being raised. They have not been found by a court to prohibit the use of random sampling. And I think it's speculative. Again, not as your lawyer, but just having prepared these recommendations, I think it's speculative to think that because there's a new section of law that has very similar language, that the board could somehow not use the same sampling process or a modified sampling process to ascertain that. So I certainly can't predict what the courts will do any more than anyone else, but I don't really see this as a departure in any meaningful way from what the board has done for decades with a random sampling process. Just seeing if I have any more notes. The only other thing I'll say is in terms of this concern about like detecting bad signatures, whether they're duplicates or whether they're, you know, just not registered or whether it's a fraudulent signature. One of the benefits of this is that because we could now digitize the sheets and make them available more efficiently without people being cramped in our conference rooms. And, you know, if anyone wants to make the case for a larger BOE suite, I support that. But regardless, if we don't have to do that, it also provides, you know, we can spend less of our time fulfilling requests for information, FOIA requests, because we're going to have that all digitized. So we'll have more of our time, our staff will have more of our time to focus on reviewing the petition, and then also it will be easier for a larger number of people to get access to those sheets because they'll be digital. So that would also provide an opportunity for individuals who are challenging to identify suspicious signatures, sponsors to rebut those, and I just think that would also enhance the transparency and accuracy of the process. And then the last thing I'll say, I think this is actually the last thing, is that there was a few, you know, several references to the possibility of using technology more. So whether that be automated signature verification or other tools that could be used to review elements of the petitions in an automated way, or other options that voters would have to sign petitions. I'm not necessarily against any of that. I think those are all worthy of consideration. Obviously, you know, we would need to look at what, if any, changes would be needed for the election law for each of those things. But I don't think that any of those are an either or as opposed to what we are recommending. I think that, you know, what we've presented to the board is an improvement of the status quo. And what I would continue to recommend is if the board wants to look at other things as future enhancements, you know, with input from practitioners and otherwise, and recommendations from staff and otherwise, whether it's procedural or technological, what I would recommend is proceeding with this recommended set of changes, and then at the same time, continue to look for future enhancements. I think I'm not confident, I guess, that those other enhancements would be available in time for this election cycle. So, understanding that the board obviously has a lot to think about and talk about here, and I understand if they're not ready to proceed on this. Nothing that I've heard really changes my view, or I think the staff's view, that this is still an improvement of the status quo and that the board should make these changes.
Questions for Mr. Breeder? Director Breeder, I've got
You can go first. Director Breeder, with the face review, the big snag here that came along, not historically, but a big snag came along in this last election cycle. Is that a true statement? Where you had two large proposals and then you also had, you know, the gubernatorials?
It was a combination of things. I mean, so the amount of time that we spend on the face review, we felt that most strongly this most recent cycle, because we did have two very large constitutional amendment petitions, and because of the bulk of time that we spent of our time that we had to spend on the face review. But that's not really a new issue. I mean, the face review has always been, you know, I think, largely a waste of time when it comes to reviewing it before pulling the random sample. I think the set of recommendations that includes elimination of the pre-sample face review, coupled with extending random sampling to nominating petitions and also making a set of other recommendations, is a result, I think, of the accumulated experience of multiple election cycles, which includes, by the way, a lot of feedback that, you know, and discussion that practitioners and candidates and challengers have had with staff and with the board. These aren't just ideas that kind of sprung out of our heads. But I think it was the experience of 2022 where first we had this kind of unprecedented amount of fraudulent petition circulators that then, because of the calendar, bled right into us having to do the large-scale face review of the two petitions. I think that crystallized for us in a lot of ways this set of recommendations.
Kind
So,
of a perfect storm.
yeah, you could say that, although we've had a few of those.
One more question, and that the two large petitions obviously were huge. I mean, you had, you know, train cars full of sheets. In general, most of the candidate and petition and ballot petitions typically are a lot smaller than that, correct?
Yeah, I mean, those were constitutional amendment petitions which have high signature requirements. We did have very high turnout in 2022, so those are going to continue to be a high volume of signatures if you're talking about, whether you're talking about a referendum or an initiated law or a constitutional amendment. So those are going to continue to be high. We don't know how many we'll get, of course. The candidates, you know, I assume we'll get a fair number of statewide candidate petitions with an open Senate seat and otherwise. But then the other petitions we're not proposing to change. So people who are filing that have lower signature thresholds than 15,000, we would not be using random sampling for that. I think we would be using some of these other changes, like the, you know, the petition code changes and things like that. But the random sampling would only be used for the folks who have to submit a minimum of 15,000 signatures.
On the face review, though, is there a middle position? Is there a way to say, you know, we review up to this many sheets, and then after that we don't? So when you get something like Prop 2 or Prop 3 that comes in with, you know, 100,000 sheets, you're still reviewing, but you're reviewing on a lower number. Is that or does that defeat the whole purpose?
Wouldn't that create an equal protection concern? Some are getting one level of treatment and others are getting a different?
That's not my question to answer. But I'll say, like, we could, so I mean, we have a set of recommendations here. So eliminating the pre-sample face review, that recommendation, if you just took that recommendation, the only thing that would change is the proposal for initiated laws, constitutional amendments, because we don't currently use random sampling for candidates. But if you took that recommendation and then also the recommendation to apply random sampling to candidates, then you'd be kind of combining, you know, both the elimination, well, you'd be eliminating the face review pre-sample for candidates at the same time as you're introducing the random sample. So we could certainly use different procedures, in my opinion, for candidates, nominating petitions that we do for initiatives. But it would just depend on which set of recommendations the board accepts.
The face review comes back to me that it comes back as less than, you know, that was one of the question marks I had in Raymond's report, where the comment Raymond made was that with or without face reviews doesn't statistically change the outcome of his random sampling. And I would agree, probably doesn't. But that to me doesn't strike why you're doing face reviews to begin with. Face reviews to me seem more like if I go to the Secretary of State's office and I apply for a driver's license and I decide I'm only going to fill out half the form, it's going to get kicked back to me. In other words, it's a form that has a set of requirements, and it seems to me like what you're doing with a face review is, and maybe I'm looking at it wrong, but it seems like you're validating the legitimacy of this document that was used to collect these 7 or 10 or 3 signatures or whatever the case might be. Am I looking at it the wrong way?
I would say that both the face review and the review of individual signatures are both part of the board's responsibility under Section 476 to canvass the petition. So for a petition to have the requisite number of valid signatures, they need to be signed by, obviously, registered electors, and they also have to be on valid sheets. So I don't really see a distinction between using, you know, there certainly are different sections of law, but I don't see a distinction in terms of the board doing its job, whether you're talking about random sampling for a signature that's invalid because it's on a deficient sheet, or invalid because the individual signature is deficient. I don't think those are meaningfully different.
Okay, Tony, do you have some?
I'm struggling to verbalize what I'm thinking about in terms of what you just said. For me, the issue has been detecting fraud, and I think I've said this in one or two of our most recent previous meetings, but also I think during the candidate process itself last spring, is that a random sampling process that was written out and we knew existed would have made my decision on certify or not certify the signatures by these candidates easier, because it would have, like, it was a written out process, and here's what you expect to do. Because of the unique situation, you guys basically had to kind of like come up with it on the fly of how you were going to provide a recommendation based on the level of fraud without looking at every signature. So for me, the random sampling makes sense. And I am inclined to support it and move to that. I have great respect for Mr. Liedl, and when maybe I was misinterpreting or misunderstanding what he was saying, but he was mentioning some legal exposure that we could be opening ourselves up to if we got rid of face review and moved to the sampling process, because there wasn't statutory authority for that. You, however, have, in your comments, Director Brader, pointed to what Mr. Liedl said isn't necessarily wrong, but there's also the interpretation that this section also needs to be viewed in conjunction with what he was pointing out, and it's the understanding that reading that section is gives us that authority. So that, for me, is kind of the concern of, if we make these changes with the intention, I think, of everybody here who has provided comments and that sits on this board and on staff, is to tighten the process so that fraud is more readily detectable, and there's a set process we all understand we're abiding by to certify or deny signatures, petitions, etc. I don't want to adopt these changes and have somebody challenge because they're advocating for a client that then blows the whole thing up at an even more inopportune time right before a presidential election next year. So I guess I'm asking for a angel or wizard to come in and tell us what to do here. Because I respect, and I think what you've laid out makes a ton of sense on the facial elimination or the minimization of the facial review process, as well as creating a random sampling procedure for the candidates. I think we should adopt those, but I feel like we need a little more time to digest what these practitioners have brought to us and make sure we're fully thinking through the concerns they've brought to us about legal exposure, about where the statutory authority comes from, and then like things Mr. Doster brought up of enhancing the transparency and process for people to access the information and either rehabilitate or challenge these signatures. I don't think that was a question, but I'm trying to think through how to handle that, and if we hold off on adopting these for one more meeting, is that going to create a substantial a potential for having differing sets of rules for people as we move forward? Because right now we don't have anything that we have approved for circulation, but obviously each day that goes by, there's that potential that somebody will come forward, we'll approve them based on the current manual, and then we'll change things, and then so I guess, what do my fellow board members think?
I can understand that, having things get changed in the middle, and then having one here, one here. Now, my understanding is you're talking about using random sampling for candidates that have to require over 15,000 signatures. So that would be governor and US Senate. Is there anything that I am forgetting?
Nonpartisan. The file. Sorry, go ahead, Adam. Just.
Yeah, if you can just make sure that I'm
Thought I was
kind
going
of,
to get through a meeting without having to speak.
no,
The only other candidates would be nonpartisan candidates without party affiliation that file for statewide office. So if you get an independent that files for attorney general, for example, partisan races, partisan candidates for attorney general, secretary of state, lieutenant governor file with through convention, but there is a filing option for
or not.
nonpartisan.
And I see that I summoned Brewer, apparently. Is it a point of information?
Yes, if I may. This is your hearing. The range for gubernatorial signatures is 15 to 30,000. So am I hearing that if somebody files 15, there will be no random sampling, but if they file more than 15, there will be random sampling? I don't think you can have it both ways.
I'm not understanding it's based on what the required minimum is. So if it's an office where there's a minimum requirement of 15,000, it would be random sample.
Right, but the statute allows, in the gubernatorial situation, you to file up to 30. So what happens if a candidate comes in with 30?
It would be random sampled.
But if they file only 15, it would not be random sampled.
It would be.
It would be. Because I thought I just heard you say it would only be for 15 and above that it would be random sampled. I'm sorry, maybe I misheard.
Perhaps I did not speak precisely, but what I was describing were the types of offices that this random sampling would apply to. So it would be offices that require a minimum of 15,000 signatures.
That's the office of governor
And U.S. Senate.
and U.S. Senate
And then the nonpartisan.
And then
and
nonpartisan.
nonpartisan.
That's why I was asking for clarification. On that, you talked about your recommendations to our board is to not remove in total face review. But you had said that you would then be doing face review on just the sample signature, or would a face review be done on the petition sheet that signature that's in the random sample on? I'm seeing shaking heads, so.
The second. So when that signature comes up in the sample, we will look for any reason that signature may be invalid. So either if it's on the face of the petition or if it's with respect only to that line, either one would result in that being treated as an invalid signature. So because of that, we would be doing a face review of the entire sample because we need to look for any reason that any signature in that sample could be invalid.
Okay, and then on that note, you talked about the fact that there would be an initial pass-through because you have to, and I'm assuming we're still going to physically stamp every single petition rather than try to use a scanner to count paper. And I guess the question I have is that what's the difference between a full, what's the difference between an initial pass and a face review? Are you talking that because you have to take the time to physically stamp each one, are you just looking for one particular point as you're going through and stamping them? I mean, that's my question, is there a difference between those two?
Yeah, there is. I mean, the stamping is not, we're not looking at the sheet closely in that process, but that is just one of the opportunities that I listed that would still exist to detect obviously fraudulent sheets. Some of the sheets we saw in May 2022 were so obvious that just looking at it to stamp it, you would notice that it was obviously all in the same hand. That's not what we'd be relying on to detect fraud, to be clear. I was just noting that we would still be putting eyes on every single sheet in addition to doing the face review of the random sample, in addition to having the entire petition scanned so that other people can look at it. So there's a lot of ways that we would still be able to detect fraud of various levels of obviousness.
So you kind of hit to my second to last question, which is you're talking about possibly digitally scanning all of, now is that going to be just the sample, or is that going to be the entire petition?
The entire petition.
And if I can piggyback on that, is there, I know there was talk about, you know, a fee or something for requesting that once it's scanned. Is there any reason to not just, once it's done, put it available online so anybody who wants it can access it? And maybe keep the fee, you know, like, you don't have to request it, but you, like, you know, like when you go on and renew your license, you gotta punch in your credit card information to formalize it, so you set up a process where you pay the fee and then it spits out the actual PDF or whatnot to you?
We could definitely look at that as an option. I mean, it's gonna be a big file, so we'd have to look at what's technologically possible and what other, like, legal issues there may be, but the idea would be, one way or another, to make it easier for people to get access to these.
Can I ask Mr. Brewer a question? Is that fair? You have been in the role of being a challenger on petitions probably more than once, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was a loaded question, yeah, sorry. So when you're a challenger, you have the right to go in and pull copies and look at copies of every single sheet that was put through, not just the ones that were statistically called.
Yes.
So if we got rid of the face review, just sake of argument, it's gone. And now you come in and you are going to challenge. And you pull 1,000 sheets that have not been face reviewed. And you go through and you discover that the bottom line on each of them was cut off with a copy. And you discover that the people from out of state put the wrong zip code. And you discover that they've got the wrong office. And you find all the things that would have been theoretically uncovered in a face review. Do you now have the right to say, okay, this sheet with all of its signatures is no longer part of the universe?
Yes, and we would say that.
So by eliminating the face review, potentially you could make it really easy for someone with 100,000 signatures and they're 10,000 over what was required, and I'm just making numbers up. But if there were problems with copies or sloppy activity on the part of the preparer, you could wipe them all out, right?
Right. I'm not sure where you're going, Mr. Housecan, but you're now shifting the burden
I get the fact
to the
that the
private
face review
sector.
would have theoretically uncovered that, and that would have been thrown out anyway. But what we're doing is we're shifting the burden, and now we're saying, okay, we have a petition that looks like it's a successful petition. And meanwhile, you're the challenger, and you're coming in and you're saying, well, no, 3/4 of these are gone, not because of fraud, but because there's errors on the face.
Yeah, I mean, you are shifting the burden of cost, and it may not be done with every petition. And frankly, as you heard me say this morning, I think you are respectfully, illegally shifting your legal burden to review the petitions.
That's the backside of the question.
Yeah, we would certainly make every challenge that was available to us. But in the first instance, as I outlined this morning, the face review is your legal obligation and can't be shifted to us in the private sector.
Director Brader, the problem that the issue I keep coming back to with that is that when the Bureau of Elections does face reviews and the Bureau of Elections says, we put our stamp of approval on these forms, that carries a certain weight to it. It carries a certain branding if we jumped into the corporate world. If we take that away, and now all of a sudden we have challengers who not infrequently find issues, but they find issues every single time, and every single time there's large numbers of things. To me, that erodes the credibility of this group of people, you and us both. And you've been at this a lot longer than I have, so if I'm playing to a wrong point here, tell me that.
Well, I don't think that we are removing that review. We're just doing it in a different way. So we already don't look at every single signature in an initiative petition. We look at a random sample. So we're already, by that logic, missing all sorts of invalid signatures that are missing a date or, don't match the signature on file. But that isn't relevant because we are accurately predicting the number of invalid signatures that are in the petition because of the mathematically sound random sampling. And we would be carrying that same process to the face review. So, you know, to the face review of the sample. Thanks. So I think our recommendation to you, although it would be done in a different way, would still be an accurate representation of the number of facially invalid sheets that are in the petition. To the other example about sort of if challengers wanted to go through and find other facially invalid sheets in the universe that weren't in the sample, they could do that. But what they would find is that if you count up all the facially invalid sheets and go through them one by one, and the number of signatures on those sheets, and tell you, the board, that those shouldn't be counted, what you will find is the number they generated is roughly the same as the number that we generated by using the random sample. So I would feel confident that we would still be making a recommendation that was reliable. And again, you know, in a sense, it would be less precise, obviously, than going through and doing that sheet by sheet. But the question is, with our limited time to do all this, are we better spent using half the time available in the review period on that process, or getting that 50% of the time to do other things? I think it's the latter.
Please go.
I mentioned in my rambling diatribe earlier the issue that Mr. Liedl brought up about statutory authority for the random sampling, and you addressed that. Mr. Brewer mentioned the lack of authority to eliminate and not do the face review. Can you or our legal counsel at Attorney General's office provide similar pushback or other interpretation of his comment, Mr. Brewer's comment? Because I think everybody's making these arguments in good faith. I'm just, I don't want to do something to be like, oh yeah, that's pretty clear right there that we should not do this. As we all know, there's lots of interpretation of statutes in this state.
Well, I'll reiterate my take, and again, I'm not your legal counsel, so this is just where the BOE is coming from on this and making its recommendation to you. As I understand Mr. Brewer's argument, it's basically that the election law says in these places that the board must not count any signatures or any sheets that have these deficiencies on them. And I agree, it does say that, but my opinion is that the section of the election law, which is 476, which gives you general authority to canvass and ascertain if they have enough valid signatures, just in the same way that you can do that and have done that for 40-plus years to estimate the number of individually invalid signatures, you can do the same thing with signatures that are invalid because they're on a facially invalid sheet. So I don't view those as different issues. But again, not your lawyer, and happy to defer to your actual lawyer on that.
Do you want me to speak? I'm happy not to.
I think we're all looking for
I felt the pause, and the gravity of the silence compelled me to start to speak. But if you'd rather not hear from me, I'm happy to yield.
I don't think it hurts to hear from an attorney on this.
On the question of whether face review is legally required, MCL, there's two prongs of this. The first dealing with candidate nominating petitions and the other dealing with ballot question petitions. MCL 168-552 sub 8 provides for candidate nominating petitions that the Board of State Canvassers shall canvass the petitions to ascertain if the petitions have been signed by the requisite number of qualified and registered electors. 168-552 sub 9 also provides in pertinent part that before making a final determination, the Board of State Canvassers may consider any deficiency found on the face of the petition that does not require verification against data maintained in the qualified voter file or in the voter registration files maintained by a city or township clerk. Regarding ballot questions, MCL 168-476 provides that the Board of State Canvassers shall canvass the petitions to ascertain if the petitions have been signed by the requisite number of qualified and registered electors. MCL 168-482A sub 4 provides that if the petition under Section 482 is circulated and the petition does not meet all of the requirements under 482, any signature obtained on that petition is invalid and must not be counted. These statutes provide that the Board of State Canvassers canvass the petitions. However, they do not define how canvasses should be performed. In addition, while the statutes impose requirements on the form of the petition and provide that some signatures may not be counted, the statutes do not explicitly require face review as the only means of performing that task. The statutes are also silent as to when a face review, if one is to be performed, must be conducted. So while the requirements of Sections 552 and 482 may certainly be satisfied through a face review, the statutes do not state that face review is the only way of performing the board's duty. It is our conclusion that face review is not statutorily required as the only means to perform the canvass.
I would like to address that because while face review is not statutorily required, we are required to comply with the statute and to not count any signatures which are on petitions which are deficient and fail to satisfy the mandatory requirements. So I would hope that we could come up with some means other than face review, but at this time, I don't see that we have it. Saying that we would still face review the sample that is meaningless in my estimation, because you're just going to be reviewing the sample the way you do it now, whether you have face review or not. I think if we step back for just 1 minute, we have 4 questions. Are we going to do face review on the initiative and referendum petitions? Are we going to change the statistical sampling on those petitions as Raymond recommended? Are we going to do face review on candidate nominating petitions? And are we going to do random sampling on those? So I think we can address each of those questions separately, but I do think that there are differences. The statute is very complicated and it addresses things in different places and you have to try to put it together. 544C does say that you don't count an elector's signature if the elector has not put his or her address and the date, etc. But that deals with a single signature. What 482.8 and 482A4 say, though they address petitions, not just individual signatures. So we have to look, invalidity of a signature can come because it's not the signature of a registered and qualified elector, or because it's on a petition, which is not compliant with the statute. And so there are 2 ways that signatures are rejected. And face review lets you look at the petitions so that you can determine whether there are reasons for rejecting the signature, even if it is the signature of a qualified and registered elector. So there are 2 different things that you have to satisfy. Is the petition good, and is the signature good? And the statute is far from clear, obviously, when it says that we have to ascertain that the sufficiency or insufficiency. But where it says we have to ascertain if the petitions have been signed by the requisite number of qualified and registered electors, I think that formulation really goes to the question of whether it's a legitimate signature of a registered voter, and not to the other issue of whether those petitions are compliant. So that's the way I analyze the task that is before us. So Jeanette asked about what happened, okay, this face review of the sample. So you can, if you have a particular petition with a let's say you pull petition number 500, signature 7, and you look at that petition, you're face reviewing that petition, and you see that there is no checkbox sign there. So you eliminate that signature, but you don't eliminate all of the rest of the signatures on that page because it's not the kind of face review that you actually do, right? Because if you're really face reviewing, you would eliminate all the signatures there. And I understand that you couldn't, when you see that error or deficiency on that sampled signature, if you eliminated all of the signatures, you would throw off your random sampling, which just goes to show you, I think, that the face review needs to be done, and you need to get those non-compliant petitions out before you do the sample. So I understand that Raymond says that doing the face review is not, doesn't change the statistical outcome. And Director Brader, you said it's of no statistical value, that it's statistically irrelevant. And I think that's probably true, but that doesn't address the question of whether we have complied with our obligation to examine the petitions and determine whether they meet the statutory requirements. The requirements are hard, and we have, and so, you know, maybe there could be a legislative change, and maybe, I would hope, actually, I anticipate that we will be able, within a reasonably short period of time, to come up with technological solutions to the problems that we face. But we don't have it right now, so that I think what we have to do is determine whether we are satisfying our responsibility by eliminating face review. I don't think we are. So that's the concern that I have. That's my analysis of it.
The way you laid out what's before us, I think was fantastic and very helpful, and I like a lot of what you said, but I'm, based on the response from Mr. Grill and Director Brader's thinking, I politely disagree that we're not fulfilling the issue of the review, because whether it's done on every sheet at the outset or the sheet as it's collected into the sample, the issue is being discovered, and there's leeway on how we go about that. And if the concern and the goal is to make this a more efficient process that still properly reviews and catches fraud and mistakes, I don't think we're jettisoning that responsibility by eliminating that full face review.
I have great respect for Mr. Grill, but I don't think he answered the question, because he said that face review is not required by the statute. Am I correct? Correct. And nobody says it is. The statute doesn't address face review, nor does the statute address statistical sampling. These are processes that have developed over the course of time. And what Mr. Grill said was that you don't have to do face review to satisfy your obligations, but that doesn't mean you don't have those obligations.
and from my perspective, my thinking on this has been, Mr. Liedl and Mr. Brewer essentially said, not in a threatening way, but they essentially said, you're probably going to get sued if you get rid of these things. Now, that's not a shock because we get sued all of the time on any decision we make. But the explanation from the folks on the staff side put to rest my concern on is it increasing our legal exposure? Are we really doing something damaging? And I don't think we are. I think we are seeking to streamline the process. Now, maybe we simply put this off or address a couple of things we can address of the 4 you laid out and deal with 1 or 2 of them at the next meeting. But I find myself, I was confident in the ability to eliminate the full face review process of all of the petitions and move to a random sampling. Then Mr. Liedl and Mr. Brewer got up and spoke, and it's like, oh, well, crap. They make some good points here. I'm not disregarding their points, but I think the explanation given in response to them makes sense, and I'm back to being okay with those changes. I'm 1 of 4, so.
I feel that we should still have more conversation, because I think that every time that we have, I mean, I'm okay with going to the next meeting. And I say that because in the last 2 meetings, more voices have come into this. And my question I have, I think more for Heather and for Eric, is when was the last time these were challenged in court?
Effectively never. The only time I'm aware that face review has actually come up in a court challenge is the Taxpayers United case from 1993, which was a challenge based on whether or not it was unfair to do a face review when we had statistical sampling. It was an idea of you don't need to do both, you can just do the statistical sample. And it was a federal court challenge brought on equal protection and due process, so it really wasn't dealing with Michigan statutory obligations. But the Sixth Circuit held that it was rational for the state of Michigan to do both. And that was really the limit of that holding.
And I recall in a previous life of being on the other side of this table on an issue where there had been discussion about the random sampling, and it's like, is that something that we could challenge in court as being really, whether it was equal protection or and ultimately it was the wiser heads prevailed. You're probably going to lose on that, so what's the point? And so it seems like it would be something that would have been challenged already. But again, folks are always looking to utilize whatever advantage they have, and I don't begrudge them that.
I would just note, we did have a recent challenge to the sampling process that Mr. Liedl brought in the Fair and Equal lawsuit. So that was briefed and set before the Supreme Court. However, we didn't, there was no merits decision. The complaint was just denied. So while it was presented to the court, there wasn't a kind of a merits resolution or analysis.
It was presented, but
it was part of Mr. Liedl's challenge in Fair and Equal Michigan that the random sampling process was unlawful because it wasn't promulgated as a rule or allowed. So we've had that go to the Supreme Court, but it did not result in any kind of merits decision. So no decision one way or the other than the court rejected the challenge.
So one of the problems we have is that, I think I said, it's not in the statute. Face review is not in the statute, nor is random sampling. What is in the statute is our obligation to determine whether there is a sufficient number of signatures, qualified and registered voters. So that just kind of backs us up, and we have to decide whether the procedures that are recommended for us, whether we think those satisfy our obligations. I'm pretty satisfied with random sampling for initiative and referendum petitions. We've been doing it for decades. I don't know yet about random sampling for candidate petitions, but I do think that the face review is required to satisfy our obligations. That's my position. I do have a little note that Joe has another. We gave Mr. Brewer another chance, and if you have a.
Just so we can, just so we can actually hear you,
And we appreciate your
that you're still here.
taking your time and that you come to give us your insight because it's important.
But remember to hit the button.
I just wanted to get the number of the MCL that you, Director Brader, referenced regarding the signature stamp.
Oh, it's, go ahead, Adam. 755A, right? I believe it's 168.755A, and the A is in the section number. It's not a subsection. So 55A.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll just also say, I mean, it's really not our intention to try to rush the board into a decision on this. The only time pressure, as I said at one of the previous meetings, is that at any time, we could get a petition, and that would then create a dilemma of sorts where we would have to determine if we're going to use two different sets of procedures based on when the petition was filed. So it would be ideal to know for staff and for the board and for everyone else to know what procedures the board's going to use for this cycle. But I certainly understand this is a weighty issue, and it's not our goal in any way to rush the board into a decision.
So do we know whether we're likely to get a petition with signatures? We know what's out there, right?
There's nothing.
We know what language we have approved for petitions to be circulated. So what is that?
They could submit. Well, sorry, do you mind just sort of explaining the timeline?
So the timeline in the process, as you guys know, the first step is that approval as to form / summary language. After that part, in order to have your signatures counted in general, you have to do your 483A filing under election law, meaning that you have to provide the Bureau of Elections with a copy of the as circulated petition. Otherwise, it's all invalid if you submit it before filing it with us. And that's regardless of whether you elect to do the summary language in the approval as to form process. You still have to do that 483A filing. Currently, there are no petitions that have done the 483A filing for this cycle. We have one that we did last meeting, I believe, maybe 2 meetings ago actually at this point, that summary language has been approved. They have not come back for approval as to form, and they have not submitted the as circulated version of the petition yet.
So I guess to add to that, it's going to be a while before we get actual signatures submitted to us, like quite a while. The question would be if someone gets approval and then goes out, based on what they understand the procedures to apply to them, and then at some point in the middle of that process, between that and when they submit the signatures, we then, the board then adopts some updates to the process, what would be applied to that petition? I mean,
That would be easy to grandfather, though, wouldn't it?
well, I think that's probably that's what I would recommend. It's just, it does create two different sets of procedures that are being used at the same time, which we can deal with, but.
But I don't think that what is required of the circulator or the petition sponsor changes at all, depending on how we review the petition. Their obligations are the same. So what we're talking about is how we satisfy our obligation, right?
That's a valid point.
Yeah, that's accurate. I mean, they're supposed to submit the requisite number of qualified and registered elector signatures, and that's their obligation regardless of how you make that determination. Ideally, the petition sponsor would have a full awareness of exactly how the petition is going to be evaluated from the beginning to the end. But I think you could support, again, not your lawyer, but I think you could probably defend the idea that you're still going to evaluate those signatures using a new set of procedures, even if they had, started the process before those procedures were adopted.
If we're leading toward if we're leaning toward pushing this down the road a bit, I would put one more log on that fire, and that is reading through the public comments from Mr. Doster. He has some really well-written pieces here that he's kind of saying, will you guys consider these as well?
Right, and those are as to timing, I think, particularly.
That would give us the ability to review those and not us review them as well as
If we do a work group, or this idea of the work group is we move forward with it, what are the steps needed for that? What's the logistics of that? And does it have to be conducted under Open Meetings Act recommendations? Like, should only one of us or none of us be a part of it? Who makes the appointments to it? I can pick all.
I don't know. I can confidently say I don't know. Do we need time to look at that? I think we would need time to look at that and give you a recommendation.
Can you review that for us?
Would that be something, do we think as a board that at our next meeting will be regardless of a work group, be able to address and make decisions on these items that Chair Gerwitz mentioned, the 4 items of what we're dealing with here, or is the work group probably should address those items?
Well, wait a minute, though. The work group, by saying the work group should address the items that the chair just brought up, that's kind of kicking the can in a different direction. That responsibility is on us, I think, and that responsibility for research is with our council and with the people.
And I didn't mean to kick it some other direction. I was just meaning from the standpoint of, because what the issues they brought to us are related to those 4 items.
Right.
Should the work group be convened and discuss those issues and make sure everybody's concerns are all in place and the information comes to us to review and address and then make our decision? Or are we confident that we've got the concerns in hand, we can do additional research review, assistance from staff and legal, and make our decision, and the work group meets after those decisions to consider other items?
Well, that's a good question. If we looked at the work group as something that was reviewing a process moving forward, think of it like election 2.0, right? Or 3.0 or whatever level you're up to. The idea there is that the work group is set up to look with a very much, not in the rearview mirror, but totally forward. And Director Brader, would I be correct if I was assuming that short-term decisions to get through another election cycle don't cancel out the fact that a work group could come back with recommendations for new approaches that might be adopted in the future?
I would agree with that.
So I would go back, Mr. Daunt, and say that it's up to us to kind of evaluate and resolve this set of issues. And that
The work group can still hash out, they might still disagree with some of the way a decision we made. We can continue to hash it and discuss it and potentially readjust it down the road, but at least we have some policy in place for this cycle. That makes sense.
I mean, that makes sense. And I think allowing us more time to go over Doster's written testimony is important. I just think there's a number of things that were brought up today that just need to be kind of digested a little bit more. And the point that, with the chair having those 4 items too, to kind of make it it's not just a jumble, so we know exactly kind of what we're looking at. So I would be I don't think I have to make a motion that we table this conversation till next month. But I think we could continue to talk about this, but I know I'm satisfied to move that conversation to next month.
do we need to, we need to wait until we get, material on a work group to even think any further about that? Or do we need to put a motion to go ahead and try to investigate a work group? And is there we don't really need to do that, right?
Do we need a motion for that? Should,
It makes it formal?
The question is, do you want to make a motion to recommend that the Bureau assist you in creating another work group?
yeah.
Which I think I might do by
Yes.
motion so that it's formalized. And then that would, then we can figure out what things might apply or not apply once the work group is.
So what is the wording for that motion?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that it's strictly necessary, but I don't really see any harm in it if it's, you know, if the board wants to formally express its request that we assist in putting that together. I don't see any downside to that, really.
So we'd make a motion for the Bureau of Elections to assist the Michigan Board of State Canvassers in establishing a work group to look over policy and procedure of various nominating petitions, initiation, referendum, constitution.
Or we could even, various duties that the Board of Canvassers is responsible for.
That's legislative.
I'd also just say, like, in assisting the board in how it, it's in fulfilling its obligations to canvass petitions.
In fulfilling its obligations for canvass petitions. There we go.
You're a man of few words.
Under 100 words.
I think I summarized that, right? Please don't make me have to say that again.
I'm going to make Jonathan repeat what you just said. Establishing a work group to. What's the last part that you just?
Assist the board in it determining how to fulfill its duties to canvass petitions.
I do think it's clear that a work group can't make any decisions, and so I don't think that the Open Meetings Act would apply, right?
Do I need to redo my motion?
I'm happy to read what I wrote down if you would like. And then if you want to, if that's not what, if I didn't write it down, let me know correctly. So you moved to assist, you moved to ask the Bureau of Elections to assist the Board of State Canvassers in establishing a work group to determine how to fulfill its duties in canvassing petitions.
Yes.
Support.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Are we on the next?
That was hard, but we'll go on to the next item of business. Other business as presented to the board.
Madam, through the chair, may I ask if we have any legal updates? I don't think we do, but I thought I'd ask.
I think the only one that comes to mind is the board is technically, I think, a defendant in the Mamie Graziano case, which we have filed our brief with the Michigan Supreme Court, our supplemental requested brief. Thank you, Mr. Burr. And we are waiting to hear word from the court. We have not yet received a determination on that.
Might want to remind him what that one's about.
That is the, I'm sorry, the Graziano case is a lawsuit brought by the signers of the petition brought by the Committee to Ban Fracking, who are alleging that or who sought to challenge the rejection of some signatures on the basis that they were stale and outdated. Their claim was eventually rejected on jurisdictional grounds, and it is currently before the Supreme Court on whether the jurisdictional grounds should have been jurisdictional grounds.
I think the board is also a defendant in Ickes versus, is it versus Whitmer or Benson?
It is, and there has been no news since last meeting.
Have we communicated with Judge Maloney to ask him if he's still, to see if he's still alive and deciding cases.
I think we would have heard,
shouldn't
but
have said that.
I have not, we have not reached out to the court's office to poke the court. I would probably not recommend that. Rarely ends up benefiting the party that's doing the poking. So at this point, there is no news to report.
Anything, do any of the members have anything else? Okay. I think we will adjourn at 2:19.
Happy birthday.
Happy
Birthday, Tony. Off the record.
Tony?
Still the youngest one on the board, Tony.
Bon voyage, Mr. Brewer.